Morning came and with it more walking. Both of them had the gist of it now at least. Walk for a bit and eventually encounter the next part of the trial. But why can't it all just be back to back, or at least a bit closer together? Ben complained, growing tired of how monotonous it was starting to feel. It's probably to give us a bit of a break between parts as well as places to rest. Besides, would you really want to go through each of those things one after the other until we reach the end? He groaned. No, you're right, that would suck, I just want to get this over with. Perhaps he'd grown a bit too casual with what they had been going through. Now that his mind had expanded, he just couldn't force his every thought to focus entirely on their surroundings, it was too dull. At the same time he couldn't exactly take his eyes off of it. Sure, Thera was staying vigilant too, but it wasn't like he could leave it all to her, it wouldn't be fair. As a compromise to himself, he picked up a stone and did the same thing he always did on their hunts. Utilizing the more destructive properties of enchanting, he started to carve into it, breaking off chunks to shape it to his desires. It went a bit worse than usual as he wasn't taking his eyes off the forest, instead relying on his sense of touch and a mental image of what he wanted it to look like to make different things that he ultimately just dropped in the woods once he was done. No point carrying them out with him when he could just make better ones later. Still, it helped the time go by, and like that an entire day was gone, with no sign of the next section in sight. As night began to fall and they set up camp again, Thera was feeling worried. Do you think we did something wrong? The thought had drifted through his head too as the hours progressed. Spending the entire day walking, no sign that they had found their next challenge had put them both on edge, but Ben decided to try and stay positive about it. Maybe we're just nearing the end of it. If we don't see anything for I'd say 2 more days, I'd say we start worrying then. That's a fair bit of time we could be wasting, she pointed out, but Ben could only shrug. What else can we do? As far as we know, the next part of the trial could be about being patient and not giving up. That would sort of go along with emotional strength, right? I guess, she said, but she felt doubtful. Still, with nothing else to do, they decided to wait to see what tomorrow held. When Ben woke up for his watch, he did what he always did as Thera slept, worked on his connect with the plant life around. Namely the giant trees that littered the area. They were always interesting to interact with, although none had proven helpful for actually figuring out what to do next. It continued to be a fun experience. As the light from the rising sun began to poke through the treetops, Ben looked to Thera to see if she was waking up, and seeing her muttering in her sleep, decided to leave her to it a little longer. He personally thought they must have been close to the next bit of the trial anyway, why not take a little more time to rest while they could? He let her go on for a couple more hours, using that time to continue on his training, before he decided it was time to wake her up. All right, up and at 'em, Thera, we're burning daylight. He walked up beside her and gave her a small shake, trying to get her up, but to no avail. She just kept laying down, muttering away as a pit began to form in his stomach. Come on, Thera, enough of that, I need you to get up. He kept trying, but nothing he did or said stirred her from her rest, and Ben cursed. Whatever was going on must have been part of the next section of the trial, but what was he supposed to do about it? If he couldn't wake her up by himself, then how were they supposed to work through this? His mind briefly went to how sleeping princesses were typically awoken in the fairy tales of his own world, before shaking the idea out of his head. I'm pretty sure I can figure out some less creepy options before I resort to that. As long as she didn't sleep too long, it would be fine, but he needed to sort it out without letting days pass. He wasn't sure how her race's food and water requirements compared to his own, but he didn't want her to starve to death as he tried to figure this out. With nothing else to go on, he leaned in close to her, trying to make out what she was saying. Over the last few days of keeping watch and all the times he'd modified her bracelet, he was fairly sure she didn't regularly talk in her sleep, though he wasn't certain. Still, he had nothing else to go on. I'm sorry, Auntie Vivi, I'll try harder. A name he didn't know. He kept listening to try and figure out what was being said, but it was like he was only getting one side of the conversation. Worse, with someone Thera apparently considered an aunt that he had never heard of. With that being the case, it seemed like this trial might rely on how well they knew each other again, and there was no way to cheat it this time. Well, almost no way. He had one advantage at least, the ability to peek into her mind and hear her thoughts. Maybe that would be enough to pick up the context he would need. At least he could hope. If he couldn't figure out what he needed from that, then he'd have to try his best to keep her alive while carrying her out and hope she woke up after leaving the trial, a prospect he wasn't excited to test out. Moving her so she was at his side so he could better hear what she was muttering, he grabbed her hands and connected to her. "I'm sorry, Aunt Vivi. I'll try harder," Thera said, hanging on to the inside of sleeves for a cloak far too big for her. Usually, she was unhappy to have been given something so large just so she would be able to grow into it, but at the present she was grateful. It helped hide the tears that had begun forming in her eyes. "Don't be sorry, just do better. We need all the warriors we can get, you need to improve." Her Aunt Vividus, the great life spirit, spoke down to her with a voice filled with disappointment. "The fact you haven't gained a single level in the years since I've seen you just goes to show you haven't tried hard enough." She wanted to argue, hours out of every day she was out there, trying her hardest to use her earth magic, but that wouldn't matter to her aunt, only results did. Instead, she stayed silent and took it until she was told to try again. She did as she'd been instructed 1,000 times. She felt the mana within her and moved it to her will. That alone felt difficult. Her mana felt too thick to be moved, it was like fighting against an ocean of sludge, and when she tried to explain it to any of the teachers her mom had gotten her, none of them understood. They all thought it was in her head or that she was making it up as an excuse for her failings. She hated all of them for it. For not even trying to understand what she was fighting against, just to try and make her magic work, but she could never say it. Even if she hated them, she needed help if she was ever going to succeed. Once she finally got her magic moving, she went on to the next step, forcing it out of her to act on the world around her, and here, as always, she failed. No matter what she did, no matter how hard she pushed, she couldn't make it leave her body, and nobody could tell her how she was failing. Well, that wasn't entirely true. Every single teacher she'd been with had some sort of idea or theory where she was going wrong, but the ones with ideas never suggested anything that worked, and she downright despised the ones that would say they had theories. Any that had a theory was likely to view her as a failed experiment that needed to be studied so that future ones could be a success. Just like, "Are you even trying?" Vividus asked in exasperation. "You're barely moving your mana, and it's not like there's anything holding it back. Gods know your charm doesn't have any issues leaking out." She didn't need to hear that again. Vividus was right. Only gods could know how long she had spent praying to Analia or any other that might be listening to reverse her situation. Let her charm be locked within her, trapped forever, and the earth magic to come out unending. Her life would be infinitely better. Unfortunately, the gods or fate or whatever decided these things felt horribly unkind. God, what a bitch. Thera jumped with a start and looked around. She was sure she just heard someone, but it was just her and her aunt in the training yard. "Did you hear that?" she asked Vividus. "What child?" she said, looking annoyed. Well, as annoyed as a void of white could look. Deciphering some of the Great Spirit's emotions was never easy, but Thera felt she had more than enough practice with their negative ones to get it right. Of course, she couldn't say what she had actually just heard. Her mother wouldn't like her using that kind of language, and she certainly knew who it was being addressed to. Telling the person in question wouldn't do her any favors, so instead she muttered that she must have misheard. Her aunt said something about making things up and avoiding training, and she got back to practice before things could get too bad. After another hour of it, her mother came out to get her. "How did that all go?" Pelania asked with a forced smile, caring for Vividus only slightly more than her daughter did. "Terrible. It's shocking that Abris's child could have such a poor understanding of her element. For the life of me, I wouldn't believe such a thing could be possible if I wasn't forced to witness it. God, Pelania, how could you leave your daughter with someone like this?" The voice again. She looked around, but she was still the only one who noticed it. Nobody is forcing you to see anything, the queen said, letting the smile fall from her face. You wanted to see if you could try from an angle that others missed, but it seems like she's just going over the same things as always. Oomph. She needs more practice if she can't do it. Honestly, her other lessons are a distraction from getting her to actually accomplish this. At the very least she should come back after and continue. Viv, she's 6. I know you don't have any idea about raising children, but it will be late after that, she'll need to sleep. PFF, you mortals. How do you all get away with wasting a third of the day like that every day? It isn't even a sure thing she truly needs it. Let her go a week without so we can see how strong her heritage really is. Absolutely not. She picked Thera up and started walking away. You can practice with her more tomorrow if she's up to it, for now she has dance lessons. Her dance lessons went as well as they ever did. She was training in dances that could be done alone for the same reason no other students were around. She couldn't be trusted to get too close to any of them. Her instructor already had to be replaced once after an incident where her cloak came loose, exposing them to her charm and refusing to be near her when they returned to their right mind. The new one was good at their job at least and had been professional enough, though still kept a safe distance when giving their lessons, but despite all that it was still one of Thera's favorite parts of the day. Dancing was something she was actually good at, unlike her magics, and she was already at level 1 even without putting in the same amount of effort she had for her magic. If there was one thing she didn't know how to deal with though, it was the mysterious voice showing up again, only this time instead of scolding the people around them, they were doing something only her parents, as well as Auntie Sonia and Uncle Fock ever seemed to do. It was cheering her on. Hey, that looked great. I didn't realize you could be that graceful, Thera. Why have I never gotten to see any of these routines before? You aren't getting away with not showing me in person later. On and on it went, occasionally cutting in and out, but the entire time encouraging. She tried her best to ignore it but could feel a blush forming under her cloak. She wasn't used to that much positive attention, even if it was just a voice in her head, but it made her happy. Quiet enough that her instructor wouldn't say anything, she muttered and hoped the voice would hear. I'll dance more tomorrow if you'll watch. That would be great. But it would be even greater if you'd dash. It cut out again, as it seemed to every time it tried to ask her something. At this point, she'd grown used to it. She'd heard before that other kids would make imaginary friends, maybe she had? Something about the whole thing seemed a bit different from what she had expected, but she didn't question it much. It was nice, it left her feeling less lonely. After her lesson she was tired out and her mom went to bring her up to her room, as she always did at the end of her day, though tonight she seemed different. Do you enjoy dancing, Thera? Her mom asked, already full well knowing the answer. It's lots of fun. That's great, Pelania said with a smile. So there's something I want you to think about, okay? You know pretty soon it will be time for you to think about selecting your job, don't you? Yeah, I can't wait. It would vary by nation and race, but for succubi it was typical for them to select their first job around age 7 after having a chance to gain a few skills and begin to figure out what sort of direction they want to go in life. While there was no harm in starting earlier since the jobs could be changed if need be, many people felt that not completing them would be a waste as they would lose the bonuses that would come with it if the job wasn't properly finished. Not to mention the fact that deciding what skills and attributes to work on enhancing was still a pretty big choice, one they didn't want children making without at least having an understanding of what that choice meant. For Thera, though, it meant being able to become an apprentice mage, and finally being able to get bonuses to her earth magic. Unfortunately, her charm would receive bonuses too, but she never actively tried to raise its level, so it shouldn't be any problem for her as long as she kept on doing what she was doing. Pelania though had other ideas. I know you have your heart set on becoming an apprentice mage for your first one, but what would you think of being a beginner dancer instead? Your skill level should allow it, and then you could have a lot of fun all the time. She felt herself freeze. Why would she do that? Her mom knew she wanted to be an apprentice mage since she'd learned about it. She'd even begged her to let her take the job early numerous times, though it never worked out for her. Why would she give up her dream? Still, she wasn't great at arguing against whatever her mother wanted. But why? I've worked so hard on my magic this entire time. I know, hun, but you aren't happy with it, are you? If you become a dancer, then you'll be able to perform for audiences and have them cheer you on. Besides, look at how well you've been doing with your dancing. Getting the job would help you do even better. She didn't like it. She'd worked so hard all this time to become a mage, she didn't want to throw it away, but she couldn't deny what her mom said. It didn't make her happy. How could it? Failure after failure for years was eating at her, and her magic showed no sign of improving. The thought of other people cheering her on did sound nice, especially after seeing what that was like today. Maybe she would be able to make some friends finally if people liked her dancing enough. Maybe other kids would want to play with her, or she could get the chance to practice with other people for a change. She had always wanted to do her people's traditional dance, but it wasn't something that could be done alone. But that's not what you want. The voice was right. Even if she didn't enjoy her constant failures, she wanted to succeed. She was sure that one day when she did it would all be worth it, but who knew how long it would take that day to come. Her mom could see her hesitating and leaned down to give her a kiss on her head. You don't need to choose immediately, hun, there's still a while until you need to decide, just promise me you'll think about it, okay? She gave a small nod. I promise, Mom. Think about it, she did. For hours into the night, the problem swirled around in her head as she was unsure about what to do. She wanted to follow her dream, to become a great mage and fulfill the aspects of her spirit heritage that called out to her, but when she thought about her mom, she could tell how happy it would make her if she became a dancer instead. Maybe it wasn't that her mom wanted her to be a dancer, so much as she wanted her to just be anything other than a mage. Rather than spend who knew how many years trying to raise her levels and potentially be unable to advance to a higher tier mage job in that entire time. She tried to get the voice's opinion on it, exploring the option of having someone to bounce ideas off of for the first time, but it was firm in its opinion. You want to become a mage, you should become a mage. I can't just do that though, Mom's always working so hard. I need to at least think about what she wants. No, you really don't. It's your life, Farah, you need to live for yourself first. But what if I can never improve my magic or level up the job when I get it? She accidentally said too loudly before quieting down. Maybe it'll just be a waste of my time, enough of my teachers thought it was after all. Who cares about them? It's your life and I'll always support whatever choice you think is best for you, but you shouldn't give up on something you really want just because it might not work out. She was starting to feel annoyed that the voice kept pushing her to be selfish. Didn't it know she was trying to be responsible and make the best decision for everyone? Why do you want me to choose it so bad then? I need to actually think about it like I promised Mom. Like I said, I want you to choose it because it's what you want, and because I care about your happiness. That managed to surprise her. She wasn't used to hearing anyone outside of her immediate family say anything like that, and rather than react, decided she should go down for a glass of water in the kitchen. Normally she would throw her cloak on before she left, but she hadn't actually taken it off for the day yet. The voice may have been sure he would be fine, but she knew from experience not to be so quick to trust that. Enough accidents over the years had taught her to be as careful as she could about those sorts of things, even if it was her new imaginary friend. It was quite late into the night, the enchanted lights dimmed to be easy on the eyes of anyone venturing outside, as she made her way down to the kitchen. She thought everyone would be asleep, but when she poked her head in she found the last people she wanted to see, and turned around without a word. She would have just left too if she hadn't heard what they were saying, not realizing she was there to hear it. Abras's offspring has made no progress since we've last been here, Vividus told the other 3 great spirits who were currently at Thera's home, all of whom she avoided the best she could. The death spirit Nox, the fire spirit Encetus, and the air spirit Jenan all listened to Vividus report the events of Thera's training while maintaining hominid-type forms. They leaned toward succubi and incubi builds, as that was the race they tended to interact with most due to Abras's relationship with them through her mother. Encetus took the form of a strong incubus with a body made of flames, while Genin appeared as a succubus made of mist and air currents. Nox was the only exception among them, utilizing the properties of his attribute to the extreme by wearing the body of a deceased incubus. While I'll continue to push her as far as I can while we're here, it's pretty clear she has no potential. She won't be any use to keeping this world safe before the invasion hits. Luckily, Abras's little experiment has made one thing clear. Don't call her that while we're here, Genin said. I'd rather not have Abras try to pull me to the center of the world. Fine. As I was saying, Abras has shown it is possible to produce powerful beings with the mortals of this world, with power akin to their demigods. If we are able to do the same thing, but with actual success, then we could have many powerful warriors available to us who won't be hampered by the current child's limitations. Encetus let out a powerful laugh. Finally, we can't afford to see how things will turn out with her any longer. The time until the invasion is far too short if the gods are to be believed. We need to take some risks if we want any rewards. I suppose that's why you didn't invite Salanov, Lux, or Funa? They've been pretty opposed to the idea since you first suggested it all those years ago. Genin asked. I only backed down then because the invasion date was suspected to be much farther back, the Great Life Spirit said unhappily. I don't have the time I thought to get them on our side. We'll have to make do with what we have. The only question is, will you try it? They both gave their agreement and Vividus was visibly pleased. Good, so what will you both do? Nox and I intend to see if the system placed on us will allow us to produce a soul spirit. I'm sure if you were able to succeed in producing offspring together, a spirit capable of explosion magic could be of incredible help in the coming battle. The fire and air spirits looked at each other before shaking their heads. Honestly, hoping we'll be able to breed together seems like it would have a low enough chance that it's not worth the risk of all four of us attempting it, Encetus said. If the Great Life Spirit can't make it work, then there's no way we'll be able to. I have a different idea in mind. Fairies have the benefits of being mana-based like us while reproducing sexually and the added advantage of not dying if they use all of their mana. If I can produce offspring with a fire attribute 1, then the possibility of one being born in the second or even third tier of their skill is almost guaranteed. An excellent idea, Vividus spoke, thinking the reasoning over. It's true that if Abras had bred with a race with a proper affinity for earth magic, they might not have been such a disappointment. What about you, Genin? Will you be doing the same? Again, the great air spirit shook her head. I have a different idea in mind. I will be attempting it with a Fulgur if I can find a suitable one. At this, Nox spoke up for the first time since Thera had started listening in to the spirits' meeting. I must confess, I don't frequently leave the Death Mountain, so I'm not as knowledgeable on the various races of the world as I perhaps should be. What made you pick that one in particular? They're natural lightning users, so they all have a high affinity to air, water, and light. Even if the one I produce isn't born with lightning magic like I hope, I feel the potential of it being able to actually use air magic is great enough that it's worth the attempt. Not to mention that if it doesn't end up being born with lightning magic, then it would likely still have high affinities in the other two magics. Just because Thera isn't likely to be able to take advantage of her affinities outside of earth and dark doesn't mean others won't if the conditions are right. Vivi was smiling. I like it, assuming it works out then even if it doesn't get access to lightning magic, as long as it could learn the other two it could make up for the fact that neither Salanoth or Lux are participating. Now perhaps if it works we could try finding a race that's compatible with one of our affinities as well as space and time too. Gods know how helpful that could have been to have around before our planet's fall. At that they started reminiscing about the death of their world, but Thera no longer cared, she'd heard more than enough. Quietly as she could, trying to not let them know she had been there, she ran back to her room. They're right, I am a failure. I should just give up trying and do what Mom says. Maybe then I could at least be happy. Hearing the great spirits hurt her deeply. She always knew they didn't have a high opinion of her, and while she never liked them herself, she still thought of them as family. She wanted to be acknowledged for her efforts one day, but it looked like that would never happen. Instead, they would devote their efforts to trying to make better versions of her. Versions that could use magic without any effort, or were actually born with awakened skills, unlike her, who had to start at level 0 like everyone else. Why even keep trying? The voice had been talking to her the entire time. Trying to reassure her, saying it believed in her and was there for her, but she didn't care. What did it matter when nobody else did? Eventually it grew silent as she cried and she wore herself out, but she still couldn't sleep, not with all those thoughts swirling around in her head, and as the hours wore on it decided to try again. "Talk to me, Thera, please," it spoke with so much gentleness, but she was feeling too lost. "Don't wanna." "Okay then, in that case can you listen for a bit?" When she didn't say anything it seemed to take it as a sign to keep going. "I know what it's like to not know your place in the world. It's something I'm still struggling with, to be honest. I've been unneeded, I've been not good enough in the eyes of people around me, and I know it's hard. I know it can hurt so much." She felt tears coming back to her eyes, but she tried to hold them off. She couldn't speak, so she just nodded. "I can't tell you what the right choice is for you. Maybe you'll be a lot happier if you give up on magic and throw yourself into dance or something else. Maybe you'll make your mom happy, maybe you wouldn't have to worry about the other spirits anymore, but when I saw you practicing your magic today, I saw someone who was working hard on something they were passionate about. If you decide to become a dancer, would you really be able to give up on your magic? To put down your staff and never try again?" She stayed silent, not trusting herself to speak. "Thera, whether you believe it or not, I swear I'm your friend. If you can honestly tell me you want to give up on magic to be a dancer, I promise I'll support you, and I'll never bring up magic again." She wanted to say it. If she gave it all up here, then maybe her life would start going better. She wouldn't be the disappointment who couldn't take advantage of her immense power, she could just have fun dancing all day, maybe even make some real friends as well. But as she tried to get the words out, tears came instead. "I want to be a mage," she whispered. "But what am I supposed to do?" "Well, first, why don't you tell your mom?" Thera walked to her parents' room and opened the door. Her father never slept but liked to stay the night with her mom anyway, so when she went in, he was awake to greet her. "Everything okay, sweetheart?" he asked with concern. "Did you have a bad dream?" She shook her head and tried to be brave. She wasn't feeling confident about it, but the voice was there to encourage her at least, and she walked up to the bed to shake her mom awake. After a few moments her mother cracked open her eyes. "Thera, honey? Are you okay?" She was hanging on to her cloak sleeves. She knew her voice was going to be unsteady when she spoke and hated it, but wanted to get the words out as fast as possible. "Mom, I want to be a mage. I'm sorry, but I can't be a dancer. I need to do this for me." She braced herself for whatever her mom would say, but she just scooped her up in a hug and brought her into bed. "Alright, if that's what you think is best for you, then that's what you'll do. Now let's get a bit more sleep, it's still too early." She couldn't believe it. She had expected a fight, or at least for her mom to try and talk her out of it. That had been too easy. At the same time it lifted a weight from her though, as she was finally able to get to sleep. As Thera finally came to consciousness, night had just fallen. "Thank God you're finally awake," Ben said, filled with relief. "If you didn't get up soon, I don't know what I would have done." She was still groggy, but now that she remembered where she was and what they were in the middle of, she understood she'd just gone through part of the trial. "Thanks for being there for me," she said, giving his hands a squeeze and leaning back into his chest. It seemed like he was about to say something when she realized something was off and felt her face heat up. "But why are we sitting like this?" He was laying against a tree, with her against him, wrapped in his arms while he held her hands, and she had no idea what she was supposed to make of it if it wasn't her God messing with her through another part of the trial. Ben answered with a level of casualness that made her believe it was just him being him. "Oh yeah, sorry about that. When you were laying down before, it was a bit hard on my back to crouch down while connected to you and trying to listen to you mutter at the same time." I just rearranged things after it seemed like it might take a while, so I wouldn't be hunched over you for hours. Couldn't you hear my thoughts while we were connected? Well, yeah, but it seemed like you couldn't hear mine. I had to actually speak to you, so I wanted to be sure you could hear me. It cut out every attempt I made to ask you to wake up though. He really didn't seem to think anything of it, and she was too emotionally exhausted to make a big deal about it, instead choosing to stay there for a bit. It was at least a bit more comfortable than the forest floor. So, want to talk about any of that? He asked after some silence. How much of it did you hear? Basically everything from when I called your aunt a bitch. Thera couldn't help but laugh remembering it. Regressing to such a younger state had made it hard to enjoy the comment at the time, but looking at it now she couldn't agree more. Well, things didn't exactly go the way they did in my dream. I did what I thought Mom wanted after I heard the other great spirits talking and spent years as a dancer. I still practiced my magic in secret during the nights though, and after another decade of trying I succeeded and got level 1 in the skill. Almost destroyed the house when I did it too, thankfully Dad was there to keep it together. It was only after that and when I completed my dancer job did I decide I needed to finally listen to my heart and take apprentice mage. I guess now I can't help but wonder what things would have been like if I had a friend back then, but oh well, I'm doing good now after all, and you better keep your promise to support me. Of course, he told her in a voice filled with cheer. And you better keep your promise to show me your dancing later. What? When did I promise that? In your dream. You said you'd show me tomorrow, but I'll let you off the hook until we finish the trial. There's no way that counts. I wasn't in my right mind, you can't hold me to that. Huh, but you seemed so happy when I complimented you on it, and I want to see how much better you've gotten since then. He teased. Humph, I'm not that much better. My heart really wasn't in it after I gave up on being a mage, so my leveling slowed down, I only got to 4. Cool, I can't wait to see how much of a difference those levels make then. He told her, not giving in. Has anyone ever told you you're impossible? You and Falk all the time, Myriad too. Not sure why, I'm such a sweetheart and all. She laughed and they fell into a comfortable silence for a bit as she felt herself wanting to open up more. They never ended up succeeding, you know. The other great spirits. They never managed to have any children. Oh yeah, I figured as much when you told me you were the only one before. Yeah, I just can't help but wonder what things would be like if they did, you know? Would they have been born like me, without any control of their power, or would they be everything they hoped for, leaving me as the only one that would have these struggles? Even if they didn't work out, none of them would be so dumb as to try it with a race that has a passive magic. You know, there's an expression from my homeworld I'm absolutely terrible at listening to but fond of nonetheless. Comparison is the thief of joy. I know it can be hard not to compare yourself to the people around you. God knows I shouldn't be the one trying to give this advice, but at the very least don't compare yourself to hypothetical people who don't even exist. You're right, you really need to be working on that yourself. Yeah, I know, but that doesn't mean I'm wrong. No, you're absolutely right on that, it's something I need to try a bit harder on anyway. Just make sure you do too. I'll do my best at least. Anyway, this is nice and all, but I've been awake for like an entire day now, mind if I get some sleep? Of course. She said, quickly moving off of him. I'll keep watch for the rest of the night. Thanks again, Ben. He waved it off and laid down. The day had been mentally draining, trying to figure out how to get her to wake up when any pleas on the subject didn't seem to make it through. He was just glad he was able to help. He sent a prayer up to Myriad and let himself drift off to sleep. He rested until the sun rose before they were ready to continue on. Anticipating another long day of walking before they came across whatever they would need to get through next, they marched on, eager to get it done and over with. Both of them were getting sick of everything they were having to face for the trial, and the sooner it was done the sooner they would be free. They just dreaded how long it would take. Their spirits changed though when they entered a clearing, and from far away thought they could spot a flower growing in front of a statue of a sleeping snake and 6 giant stone warriors around it. Ben immediately pulled Thera back into the woods before she could do anything. "What are you doing?" she asked as he tugged her away. "Look at that, we're almost done." "Thera, that is 100% what people on Earth would call a boss battle. I'd bet money we're going to have to fight those 6 statues and the giant snake." "It seems so on the nose. I'm surprised we aren't getting background music right now." He could tell from far away that the statues were wrapped up in powerful enchantments, the same kind that filled the wall surrounding the trial. As much as he wanted to take a closer look and see how they compared to the ones on the outside, he also didn't want to die. Thera looked at him as he rambled on. "Okay, I understood about half of that. I can see why you think we'd need to fight the statues, but at the very least I don't think we'll need to fight the one of Analia. It wouldn't make sense for believers to have to fight their god." "Okay, that tracks. Which one is Analia then?" Ben hadn't gotten a physical description of Thera's god, and from here he doubted he'd be able to make out which was which anyway, at least until she told him what one it was. To him, they all looked expressionless, their most noticeable aspects being how they were at least twice his height, and the giant swords they had on their backs. "That's easy, she's the one in the middle. Maybe the rest are meant to be her guards, or something?" "That would make sense, I guess. Wait. The one in the middle? Yeah, that's Analia. You worship a giant snake? You worship a cube. Touché. I just kind of figured she would resemble her race." "Why?" she asked him, and as he thought about it, he realized he didn't have a good answer. "I guess I just assumed because most of the gods I can think of from my world had human forms, or were at least portrayed as human." "Just how many gods does your world have?" "That's a bit of a loaded question. Let's get back to it after we deal with this. What do you think we should do?" "Well, I don't exactly think we can just attack immediately. If they are just statues, then I don't really want to desecrate the area when we're this close to being done. No offense, but I'm not looking to get a level of sacrilege." "None taken, you've got a point. Maybe I'm just being a bit paranoid. Still, we should at least be at the ready. Worst to worst, we can try and grab the flower, then book it out of there. I'll take my wins, however I can get them." "Works for me. I'll at least try and be ready to prepare a spell as fast as I can if you can help take some of the load off of my staff. Even with my earth magic level improving, I don't want to risk being without one if we have to fight." "Sounds good to me." He took her hand and connected to her while hanging on to her staff, ready at any moment to start strengthening it as needed and repairing the sacrificial enchantments on it. With the benefit of an extra mind in his head, he suspected he would be able to make them significantly easier and faster. With nothing else they could think to do without the risk of earning the god's wrath should they be wrong, they started walking out. The clearing was large and they were far enough away that it would take a couple minutes to get there, but when they were about halfway all of the statues except Anilia's turned their heads towards them. "Creepy and not a good sign," Ben muttered to Thera. "They haven't moved yet though. They're just watching us. I'm just saying that if we had boss music playing in the background this would be the part where it starts singing in Latin or something. I still have no idea what any of that means. Just that I'm feeling more and more like we're going to be attacked. Only one other part of the trial had anything that tried to fight us. It might be fine." They ventured closer and each statue seemed to make a decision. As one, they all reached to their backs and pulled out their weapons before taking steps towards them. "Unless you think they'll let us run away, I'm pretty sure we have to start fighting now." Thera didn't give an answer, instead she responded by pulling together a spell, ripping a spear of stone from the earth and launching it at the head of the closest one. It looked good and she was feeling confident, with her earth magic better than it had ever been and to maintain her equipment she thought that taking out 6 statues would be simple, but in one smooth motion it took its sword and slashed the spear in half, neither of which made any contact with the statue itself. "Okay, that was the opposite of good." "Don't need the commentary, Ben," she told him while preparing something much, much bigger. With her level up in earth magic she was in top form, and with the growth Ben had gone through she was confident he would be able to keep up long enough to make it work. She pulled 4 earthen spears from the ground this time, each as long as she was tall, and threw them at the closest statue, altering their trajectory through the air as they went, trying to avoid the sword that wanted to deflect them and forcing as much speed into them as possible. It almost wasn't good enough. With a level of dexterity he felt Stone shouldn't have, he watched the statue swipe away 3 of the 4 spears, only for the last one to take it out at the chest, leaving a large crater in it and knocking it to the ground. They felt a moment of joy. Only 5 more to go, though they were getting dangerously close. But then the 6th got up again. "Damn it," Ben muttered. "Maybe you need to aim for the head? Or worse, try and take out the limbs?" Thera renewed her concentration, pulling 4 more spears from the ground and took aim at the first statue again, aiming at its arms and a leg, with the last one going straight for its head. 2 shots made it through this time, the first taking out the arm not wielding the sword, tearing it from the rest of its body, and the second destroying the head, seemingly not affecting the statue in any way as it still marched towards them. It didn't look particularly fast. None of them did. But at that size, the length of their strides alone gave them the speed they would need to catch them. They needed to spring away before they got within range of one of the swords. Ben didn't doubt that a single strike had the power to kill them if it got through, something he very much wanted to avoid. "Think you can manage to hold my staff together if I go a bit bigger?" she asked him as the stone warriors marched closer with a speed that made their running seem pointless. "Don't think we have a choice." He was managing pretty well at the moment at least, but he didn't know how much of her magic he could compensate for without her using the spell. When she did though, things got rough. He didn't know what she was attempting, but it was forcing a lot of mana through her staff, to an extent that felt reminiscent of their battle in Stonewall. The only problem was that the staff they were currently using was nowhere close to Fox quality. The only way it was staying together was if he put everything he had into applying sacrificial enchantments to it, directing his mana through the staff to strengthen any weakening areas with an almost surgical precision. The worst part was that despite all of his improvements since their battle with Roan, increasing his crafting level and focus, learning new tricks with enchanting, and somehow managing to get a whole other mind to work with, he could tell it wasn't enough. At best, he could slow down and manage the damage that occurred, he couldn't stop it from happening. Still he held out, and after what felt like an eternity as he strained his mind and skills, Thera fired her spell. If Ben had to describe what he witnessed, he would compare it to 3 chainsaws rising from the earth under the feet of the closest 3 statues. There was no reacting to it, no stopping it. Just 3 sheets of earth tearing their way from the ground to extract untold damage to anything they came across. In mere seconds, the number they had to face was cut in half, as each of the 3 was cleanly split in 2 and fell to the ground into unmoving piles. "I'm surprised you didn't go for an earthwave," Ben got out, between gasps of breath. Thanks to his own improvements he didn't run out of his mana stores trying to keep her staff together, but he was sure he was closer than he'd like. He'd have to use at least a few minutes to recover before trying something like that again, or else risk passing out. Thera was able to grasp that through the connection and all but dragged him to run, putting as much distance as she could between them and the remaining 3 as they had to walk around their fallen comrades. "I didn't want to risk doing an attack that might damage the flower when we've come this far, and their statues. It's not like they'll die, so I didn't want to take the chance of them digging themselves out." Makes sense. He hadn't even considered what would happen if they destroyed the flower, what a nightmare it would have been to get this far only to disqualify themselves. "What do you think we should do now? There's no way your staff will be able to handle something that big again. I should be able to keep it functioning so long as you use something significantly smaller though. Do you still have your charm bombs?" she asked, and Ben grimaced. He had designed them with a very particular use in mind, one that made perfect sense to him when he had expected this to be some sort of combat trial. With the way it had all gone though, they'd never even had a chance. "All 15. If you're going to tell me you have some use for them it might actually make my day. As long as you've kept them powered I will." Who do you think I am? Of course they're powered. Since they were disposable by their nature, he didn't do anything as insane as use mithril in them, but he wanted to err on the side of caution and used some higher-end materials that would hold mana longer for the sake of the trial. Considering that he made sure to top them up each night while he was on watch to account for any ambient mana loss. Any that had faded away in the time they'd been walking had been properly accounted for in his planning. At least, they would still be in working order. He pulled one from his bag and handed it to Thera, who proceeded to throw it with far more accuracy than he could have managed under the foot of the closest statue, where it was immediately set off. When he first tried to create his charm bombs, he had a particular idea in mind. While charm magic would attract people, it seemed to have slightly different effects on animals, at least depending on the species. Much like how the Alseer ran to attack her the moment it was ensnared by her mana before, any creature that didn't have an emotional capacity to be charmed in a romantic sense would have another sense stimulated. Hunger. The principle behind its design was that a creature, once feeling the effects of the magic, would bite down on it, activating the barrier magic within and causing a spherical barrier about a meter across to rapidly expand over the course of a second, and presumably doing heavy damage to the creature, if not killing it outright. As for anything that was capable of the level of sentience that would cause a more normal emotional response in a creature, well, he just hoped it would respond to it by giving it a small love nibble. Of course, exploding a monster's head was the ideal outcome, but he knew it wasn't a perfect solution. There were plenty of ways it could go wrong. Despite that, Thera showed that they could still have their uses in less than ideal situations when the statue placed its weight on it, activating the magic in it and throwing it off balance, causing it to fall to the ground. Rather than attack it while it was down and risk being taken down by the two statues that were still standing, she opted for a different option. Running towards the flower with all of her speed, and dragging Ben with her along the way. If she could get it, she was confident she could book it out of the trial. Ben would probably want to die of exhaustion after, but it would be better than sticking around to fight when her staff was so close to breaking. She knew she wouldn't be able to take out another 3 of them. Unfortunately, it seemed that was something the stone warriors were desperate to prevent at any cost. For the first time since the fight with them started, they ran. At least the 2 of them that were standing, and blocked their way to the flower, with the closest of the 2 swinging its sword at deadly speeds. There was almost no time to react. Almost. As Ben saw death coming for him and Thera, he managed to get his gauntlet up and activate the enchantment just in the last moment, but the force of the blow sent them both flying back and onto the ground. Ben tried to push himself up before the statues could come for them and had to hold back a scream of pain. The arm he had the brace on, which had already been sliced open by the previous fight's claws, was now undeniably broken. Either his lack of mana prevented him from putting in enough power to reduce the force of the blow, or the statues were far more powerful than they looked. Either way, it didn't matter. He felt like he was running on fumes, and the stone warriors were looking at them on the ground and resumed their confident walk towards them. He looked around him, trying to take stock of the situation the best he could with the seconds he had. Thera had managed to pull herself to her feet at least, but with the 3rd statue up and joining up with the other 2, he didn't know what he could do. He did, however, have an idea. More of a desperate gamble, really. When the statue had flung them away, they ended up right by one half of one of the bisected statues, and Ben could still see the enchantments within it. There wasn't much he could do with them. He didn't even understand what they did, but he could try to remove some of the ones that were present. With so many of them so densely packed together, he might be able to selectively erase some to create a new result. He looked at Thera, hoping he would see something from her that would show she had a plan, any alternative to the ridiculous idea he had pulled together, but she seemed just as lost as he did. Not knowing what else to do, he threw 7 of the charm bombs around them to try and discourage the statues from carelessly walking to them and rushed over to the one on the ground, bringing Thera with him. It was going to be delicate work, and there wasn't any point in trying to preserve the items he had, so he also ripped off his barrier gauntlet, ignoring all the pain it caused him, and put it on Thera. "I'll destroy the enchantment as soon as I use this," she told him, but they didn't have any other choice. "Unless you have any ideas, we'll need to make it work." Okay, I need one hand to work on the statue's enchantments, and another to try and work on sacrificial enchantments for the gauntlet, but how am I supposed to connect with you while my hands are full? He muttered to himself, before ripping down her hood and pressing his cheek against hers. What are you doing? I need to connect to you to see how I'll need to maintain the enchantment and gauntlet as a whole while also seeing if I can do anything with the broken statue. Not going to be surprised if my eyes start bleeding again, so you're in charge of watching our backs unless you have any other ideas? In that case, try and keep my staff together first, I'll see about raising a wall around us. Any extra barrier was an idea he could get behind, and a rough circle of stone rose around them just before the remaining statue got within reach. The earthen barrier would last for no more than a minute, but it was a minute he could spend entirely focused on trying to unravel the enchantments placed upon the statue. He tried to keep it out of his mind that the staff would be good for no more than a single earth bullet, and that was with him holding it together for her. He did his best to ignore the sound of the statues slashing the walls with their swords as he devoted himself to looking at the enchantments, trying to use every bit of wisdom he'd gleaned from all the time he'd spent staring at the wall that divided the trial from the rest of the city. His immediate concern was that when he destroyed a single weave of the enchantment, the entire thing would unravel, falling apart and leaving him with nothing but stone, but the magic of a god was not so weak. Unfortunately, his problem was one on the opposite side of the spectrum. He could barely damage the enchantments. Since the act of removing it took mana, he wasn't exactly in top form for it, but he doubted that even if he was fully stocked, would he be able to alter anything in a meaningful way with the time he had. He could feel mana leaking from the sections where the enchantments had been successfully damaged when Thera ripped them in half, and desperately wished he could use it to refill his own reserve, but such a thing wasn't possible, at least not for him. He swore to himself that if he lived he would try to raise that particular attribute's levels. The fact that whether he lived or died was coming down to the fact that he'd pushed his non-magic skills so hard that he was almost out of mana for a second time since coming to this world was ridiculous. As he tried to sort anything out, he heard the wall of stone circling them come down with a crash. Reaching back with his non-broken arm, he grabbed onto the gauntlet while still seeing if there was anything he could do with the remains of the statue, and resuming his connection to Thera to see how to implement his crafting and enchanting to it. Complex mind level increased. With the abuse it felt like he was putting his brain through, it wasn't surprising he got the level up, but it didn't provide him with a new stream of consciousness. What it did was provide him with some mental wiggle room, just enough to notice a feeling he'd experienced earlier in the trial, one that had come to him again now, the feeling of just how tangible his enchantments felt. It almost seemed like he could reach out and touch them, and on a whim he pushed his mind out to them, not just to guide them with his mana but with everything he had, including his connect. In that instance everything clicked together. The feeling of tangibility was fulfilled as his mind seemed to link with the very enchantment itself, and he'd found the potential that Myriad had been alluding to for his skill's growth. With no time to spare and no elegance in his work, he tried to take the barrier magic applied to the gauntlet and attach it to the statue, to the loose strands of its own enchantment where mana was leaking out of it, available to power it, and shaped it as he could. Whether they lived or died came down to this, and as he bound his enchantments to those of a god he felt his mana finally tap out, and with it his consciousness as the spell came together. Enchanting level increased. If it wasn't for the fact that mana exhaustion had led him to sleeping on the cold hard ground and the broken arm he was nursing, Ben probably would have felt pretty well rested. The fact that he woke up at all went to show that his desperate plan had worked, and as he cracked open his eyes he could see a barrier made of magic covering both him and Thera, as well as a small amount of the surrounding area, coming from the statue's remains. I can't believe that actually worked. Thera had been staring outside the barrier, presumably to keep an eye on the remaining 3 statues standing just beyond it, watching them, but she turned to Ben when she heard him speak. Thank the gods you're awake, I was getting worried. Whatever you did kept us alive. They tried taking some swings at the barrier before, but seemed to have given up. Just wish they would leave. Well, the barrier will last till I take it down, I think, so we're safe for a while. We just need to figure out what to do from here. First, maybe you could explain how you did this? It looks like we have the time, and I'd personally like to know if you could do it again if need be. Despite it all, a grin stretched across his face. I finally figured out how my skill was growing. Myriad kept saying that how it developed would depend on both me and the world, and it looks like that caused it to grow in a way where I could connect to enchantments themselves. If it weren't for the life and death situation he found himself in, he'd be salivating. If he could copy enchantments themselves, then he was in a similar boat to when he figured out he could do it from people, but the convenience of it had just skyrocketed. He wouldn't need to do something as inconvenient as find people with the skills he would need each time he wanted to make something if he just commissioned enchanters to make him items that already had their skills on it. Sure, he still couldn't use magic himself and he wouldn't be able to directly use the skills, instead having to make tools to use them through, but it felt like his greatest bottleneck had just been overcome. As he was lost in his thoughts, Vera snapped him out of it, encouraging him to continue his explanation. Sorry, anyway, I took a gamble and attached a few barriers to the broken enchantments in the statue to power them, and shaped them into a dome. If we hadn't had a power source, we would have been screwed. He told her with a laugh. I don't really see the humor in the situations, but at least we're safe for a while. What should we do now though? We've got a fair bit of food still, and as long as our canteen doesn't break, it will keep filling up so we could survive here for a while. Though I want to get out of here sooner if possible. Not to be delicate about it, but my arm really hurts. Thera could tell just by looking at it he wasn't in great shape. At the very least, she hadn't seen his bones bend like that in the time she'd known him. She was fairly certain it wasn't supposed to. Broken? Definitely. She winced under her hood. She probably would be able to set it if they had some sticks and cloth available, but while she had the knowledge to deal with it, lacking supplies, there wasn't much she could do. I'll manage, he told her with all the confidence he could muster. Our main concern is how to get out of here. I doubt they're going to let us leave anytime soon. My staff has maybe a single earth bullet left in it. Even if you help with it, I don't know how we're supposed to fight them. Ben wasn't too confident himself. When he took stock of the situation, they currently had his damaged cloak that happened to have water and fire spells attached to it, his barrier gauntlet, 7 remaining charm bombs, a canteen enchanted with some water magic, a spatial bag, a few days' worth of food, sleeping bags, and a staff on the verge of breaking. He thought there might be something he could manage if he could pull together an enchantment from the ones he had available to him, but he wasn't sure what. And he still lacked experience enchanting with actual magic instead of just his skills and resistances. How much blind experimenting would it take to pull something useful together? He just had his miracle discovery, he doubted he'd get another one. As he looked around, trying to think of something, anything he could do, another option appeared to him though. There was one more thing he had available, the left half of the statue that was currently keeping them alive. He walked over to it, preparing to try and connect to the enchantments attached to it, but hesitated. When he first got his skill, Myriad had told him that trying to connect with a god would make his head explode. He wasn't sure if his god was being literal at the time, but didn't doubt he would die. The question was, would the enchantments of a god do the same thing? There was no mind attached to it for him to feel, but then maybe the amount of mana and complexity within it would be enough to cause some serious side effects. The first time he'd connected to Thera, as well, he felt like he was going to be blown away by her raw mana. It had gotten easier to deal with as time went on, but would the same hold true for something powered by a god's magic? In the end it didn't matter, they were stuck there unless something changed, and trying to access the enchantments placed on the statue might be a way out if he could figure any of them out. With a deep breath and a prayer to his god, he reached out his good hand to the statue and tried to connect to it. A second passed and not a single thing happened. Ben wasn't dead, something he considered a pretty big plus, but he couldn't connect with the statue's enchantments at all. He couldn't understand it. He could feel the enchantments on it the same way he could feel the ones on his brace, but it was like there wasn't anything to grab onto. Whatever made a god's magic work, it was completely inaccessible to him. Well, there goes that idea. He muttered to himself. Then what could he do? Maybe he could link a fire or water spell up to it, but he wasn't sure how well that would work against the statues. and structuring the spell in a way that would be both viable and safe for them to be around would be a challenge of its own. At this distance, he was pretty sure anything he did with fire magic would be more than enough to cook them to death if he made something that could destroy them. That didn't even touch on trying to do anything with the spatial magic enchantment on his bag. How did one even manipulate space? Did that affinity even have any spells that could act as physical attacks? When he thought about it, there really was only one option he could think of, the option that had the most success so far. Earth magic, and letting Thera decide and fire the spell. He had read up on magic when he came to this world, his curiosity wouldn't let him ignore it, but he hadn't dug deep enough to have the proper understanding he would need to do anything great with it. Thera had been studying earth magic for years. Sure, her control was lacking, but as long as he helped her with that it would be manageable. They just needed a staff for her to channel her mana through. He looked back to the statue and felt an idea. He didn't love it as an option, it was definitely going to mean at least a day or two of grueling work for him if it was even possible, but he would manage it. Thera sat to the side and watched Ben work. For a day and a half, only stopping to eat and foregoing sleep, he had been fiddling with the arm of the statue, driving himself to the brink of mana exhaustion and only stopping long enough to recover it before going back to work. He had explained his idea to her when he had it. If he could remove the enchantments on the statue's arm, he could apply his own, and Thera could attempt to use it as a makeshift staff. The issue was that the enchantments in no way wanted to come off the statue. He would deplete his mana reserves in the span of a minute or two, then have to wait for around 10 for it to come back. She had offered to try doing it herself, well aware that one of the only things her magic was good for was stripping enchantments from magic tools, despite how much she may not want the particular talent. It probably wouldn't even be that hard for her, but with her vast and uncontrolled power, there was a concern that doing so might accidentally remove the enchants from the entire statue, which happened to be the only thing keeping them both alive at the moment. If that happened, there would be no fixing it. The statues were right outside, waiting for them to get out and be destroyed. That meant they needed to use Ben's more delicate touch. She just wished he would rest properly at least. I'll take a nap when all of the enchantments are off. I wonder if all divine enchantments are this stubborn or if your god's just a perfectionist. Even after leveling up his enchantment, he still struggled to remove them. The progress was painfully slow. Wouldn't you do the same? God, yes, in a heartbeat. He could only imagine some of the things he would be able to do if he could bind his enchantments to a material that powerfully. He could only sigh as he took in what knowledge he could. Unraveling the ones Analia made had at least given him a chance to examine them in a way that merely looking couldn't match. That combined with the various improvements to his status during the trial would make doing the entire thing worth it in the end. Well, mostly. He thought to himself, a bit of anger over seeing his brother like that slipping back into him. Not to mention that all of it would be meaningless if the growth and knowledge he gained was lost if he died there. He shook the thought from his head and put his focus on the task at hand. He would be completing this as efficiently as possible, and then getting out of there. Fox Forge was calling to him and he wouldn't let a few dumb statues get in the way. Damn it, this is a bit inconvenient. He muttered as he worked, but in the close confines they were currently in, Thera couldn't help but hear him. What's the matter? A minor problem, it looks like we'll have to work around. I can't break off the arm. After far too many hours of work, he'd managed to strip the enchantments from the statue's arm and taken a well-deserved nap, but when he woke up another problem appeared. One he couldn't think of a solution for. His goal had been to turn the arm into a reasonable makeshift staff the best he could, which meant breaking it off from the rest of it for Thera to wield. Lacking any tools to make that happen, he used a technique he was quite well practiced at by this point, using the destructive properties of enchantment to weaken the material at the shoulder and break it off. The problem was that whatever sort of stone it was capable of holding the magic of a god. Even if he considered the fact that there were some truly masterful techniques used to make it possible, almost all of which he could barely comprehend, that didn't change the fact that the material seemed purposely chosen to stand up to it. No matter how many enchantments he added to it, the enchantments themselves would collapse under their own magical weight before the stone would experience any harm. Even trying to use his crafting to weaken the material or find any microfractures that could exist within it didn't yield any results. That left only one option. You're going to have to use it while it's still attached to the statue. What? That's ridiculous. Will that even work? There isn't any inherent reason it couldn't. It's not like a staff actually has to be swung around when using magic, it's just a channel to direct mana. The bigger issue is that if we leave it attached with all of your mana, some of it might flow backwards into the statue itself. I'm not sure if it would be enough to break the enchantment your god has on it, but it will definitely be able to destroy the barrier magic I attached to it. So if I start a spell, the barrier comes down? Her voice was filled with worry. Ben, if I try to do the same thing I did to the first 3, I need at least a minute and they're right out there, we won't have enough time. I'll do my best to deal with it, I'm just going to have to do something we're absolutely never telling Fock about. What? She couldn't imagine Ben keeping something from her uncle for any reason, he was way too open about pretty much everything. I'm going to have to enchant it in a way that will take some of the burden off you. Fock had always been clear with him that he shouldn't make items in a way that could affect the development of a person's skills, but that was the only thing he could currently think of to bring down the time for a spell's activation. She let out a breath, having expected much worse. I'm pretty sure in this case he'll understand, you know. It eats at my pride. By doing this, I'm pretty much admitting that I can't make you something proper to use, it's so embarrassing. You're my uncle's student. When we get out of here, explain to him properly so he can guide you for next time. She told him sternly, not able to believe they had to have this talk while her goddess's murder statues were standing outside. She doubted her uncle's resistance to letting her use tools that would delay her ability to level up her skill would apply in a situation where she was about to die. I know you're right. I just wish I could think of a better way, I don't want to get used to doing this in emergencies. He moped. Okay, come and give me a hand. What can I do? I'm going to use your earth magic to essentially carve channels for your spell to run through on top of my usual layering of resistances. Doing so would act as a guide for her mana, but even though the earth magic enchantment would come from Thera herself and would be low level, it would still ease the burden of her properly using her magic herself. Fock was incredibly against making tools that would do that, even for regular clients, and would reject any special orders that requested it. He would do his best to make tools that matched people's needs without doing it in a way that would reduce their chance of leveling up themselves, and Ben was inclined to agree with the mentality. The fact that he needed to do it now made him feel like he wasn't just failing his teacher, but himself. Still, it would be better to do it and live than not and die. Given the fact that he wouldn't be forging the staff itself while adding enchantments to it, but instead taking a solid piece of stone and adding them on, he would need to take every advantage he could get. He used his usual technique of layering his resistances, now able to create a gradient of them with a maximum of 60. As he put them together, he created a delicate weave of earth magic, creating channels to run along and through the resistance, guiding it so the mana would want to flow out of the end of the statue's fingertips. At the base of the shoulder, the area he wanted to separate it from to keep the god's magic and his own hastily made barrier intact, he got to work trying to separate it magically since he couldn't do it physically. He loaded the shoulder with earth magic channels, but directed them each outward, hopefully causing any excess mana to escape out the sides of the arm without gaining any form. Finally, to every enchantment he could manage, he attached as many sacrificial enchantments as would fit. If he had been able to make the staff himself, creating a tool specifically designed to hold the enchantments he was placing, it might have been his greatest work, at least next to Myriad's jacket. Unfortunately, however, all of his enchantments were not placed on a proper staff, and no matter how good the statue's material was, it wouldn't make up for that fact. All he could do was hope it would hold together as Thera used her spell. I'm worried, she told him as he finished. Don't be, you've got this. Or I'll tear down the barrier before my spell's done and get us both killed. Have some faith. Don't you sound like a proper priest? I have faith in you. he said, brushing off her joke. "You've got this." She looked into his eyes and didn't doubt he meant it, but she didn't have that much confidence in herself. Unfortunately, the alternative seemed to be spending a couple of days waiting for their food to run out, so she stopped complaining and gathered her resolve. She picked up the statue's arm while Ben helped carry it so he could continue to rebuild the enchantments as she prepared her spell, focused, and let the magic flow out of her. When she had been a child, trying desperately to get just a trickle of mana out of her to make her earth magic work, she never would have guessed that her next challenge would be holding it back. Once it started, it wanted to come out in a torrent, a powerful, unending blast that she had to fight against with the entire strength of her will, and it was a battle she always lost. No matter how much her control had improved with each level up, she still couldn't hold herself back, not to a truly meaningful extent at least, and every time she was disappointed. It felt like she wasn't really growing and improving, even if she could see she was able to fire off more spells and construct them to be more complex. It was meaningless compared to what she wanted to achieve one day when she grew to a point where her power would truly be under her control. Through the connection he had made to her, she could feel Ben pushing every bit of himself to keep the statue's arm together, and preserve the enchantments that were keeping the barrier up. She couldn't make him keep up that amount of strain for long, and she tried to speed up shaping the spell in her mind. Collapsing and condensing the earth and dirt, creating 3 thin yet super dense discs. She cut teeth into the edges of each one with her mana, and finally put as much of her power as she could into giving them spin. She felt Ben's work begin to break faster than he could repair it and knew he made the choice to sacrifice the barrier by letting her mana flow back into it rather than risk disrupting her spell. There wasn't much risk for them though, and he knew it, her spell was complete. The barrier separating them from the statues fell, and all 3 took a single step forward before the earth tore beneath them as blades of destruction flew up, cleanly slicing each of them in half, and they watched as the threat that had been looming over them crashed to the ground. As Thera watched them fall to the ground, their victory secured, she heard a notification go off in her head, and it set her heart aflutter. Max level of the apprentice mage job achieved. All of the work, all of the effort, it had just paid off for her in a big way. She excitedly turned to tell Ben, but by this point he was spent and was in the middle of collapsing to the ground, doing his best to make sure he broke his fall with his uninjured arm as he sighed in relief. "I knew you could do it," he told her with a smile. "It was closer than I would have liked, and you're almost mana exhausted." Still, she couldn't hide the happiness in her voice. "Doesn't matter, a win's a win." He reached his hand out to her. "Help me up, will you? I just needed to catch my breath. I'm fine now, so let's get that flower." She took his hand and pulled him to his feet, and together, they walked up to Anilia's statue. Thera bent her head and clasped her hands, giving a quick prayer, before bending down and grabbing the flower stem, plucking it from the earth. She took a moment to admire it. It was bigger than she thought it would be, its stem almost as long as her forearm, and 5 large silver and black petals covered its head. Their sheen was beautiful, but not worth nearly dying over. She assumed the main reward of the trial would come once they exited, and she wasn't keen on the prospect of walking back. It was unpleasant enough getting there, and even if they wouldn't have to deal with the trials again, a prospect she wasn't willing to bet her life on, it would still be multiple days to get out. As she worried about that and turned to leave, Ben grabbed her and started to pull with all of the force he could muster. She didn't know what he was doing until she looked up and saw the statue of Analia start to stir. Even as he pulled her away, he knew he was spent. A broken arm with gashes running through it, over a day of bringing himself to the point of mana exhaustion again and again, and trying his hardest to keep the staff whole long enough for Thera to get off her spell, he had nothing left to give. He wouldn't be able to get back to the statue he'd enchanted before the one of Analia got to them, and even if they could, he didn't have enough energy to keep Thera's magic from destroying the remaining enchantment. There was only one thing he could do. "Run, Thera. I have an idea, but you have to get out of here now." It was a lie, of course. There was nothing he could still do after everything else. He'd done his best and come up close, but still fallen short in the end. At the very least he could buy Thera time to escape if she believed him. She had the flower, so her mother shouldn't have any issue with her continuing on trying to be a mage, and with a level up in her magic to go along with it she would be fine. Myriad might be sad, at least Ben thought his god better be sad, but he had a few other believers now. He was sure at least one of them would make a better apostle than he had. Maybe sack hell. Even if she doesn't know it, she is the second believer he got since coming to the world, and it seems like she'll be able to be a lot more pious than I ever could. Still, he wasn't completely giving up without a fight and quickly bent down, picking up a couple of fist-sized stones. He'd at least distract it so Thera could get away. He reared back and in an almost instinctual way felt like he knew where he needed to aim, launching it, and to his shock seeing a couple small flakes of powder falling down from the statue. He didn't have time to question it though, Thera was on him immediately. Ben, what are you doing? Can't you feel that? She hadn't run and now was screaming at him while he tried to protect her. Was she under a mind effect or was something else at play? The question was answered by the statue itself. Any divinity you would feel leaking from my avatar is likely being blocked by your tolerance, but there's no need for that, child of Myriad. I am Analia, here to congratulate you and let you know the trial is complete. Ah. Thera could see he understood and let him go, preparing to prostrate herself before her god when she heard another thunk as stone hit stone. Sacrilege level increased. Ben! Thera screamed. Just expressing my displeasure, I'll be good. He told her, not sounding at all guilty for attacking a god. Analia for her part let out a chuckle as a few more grains of stone flaked from her form. I must say, for my first time interacting with a sacrilege holder, this is a surprising experience. To think the skill would let you know exactly where to hit to cause damage to my avatar, no matter how minor it may be. I suppose I should consider myself lucky you weren't left with any real weapons. She stopped for a moment, tilting her head as if listening to someone else before her stone, reptilian mouth stretched out into a smile. Myriad is begging you to be on your best behavior, for once. Sorry, Myriad, he said aloud, but his mind was elsewhere. Is that really part of the sacrilege skill? Oh man, that makes it so much cooler. The temptation to level it up had just significantly grown in him, but he did his best to suppress it. As cool as that sort of skill might be for some sort of hero, going against evil gods and fighting for the freedom of common people everywhere, he was no hero, and the gods of this world weren't evil, even if he wasn't fond of all the choices they seemed to make. Rise, daughter of Abris, there is no need for such deference. Ben hadn't even noticed that Thera had gotten on the ground to bow in respect, but she pulled herself up at her god's request. You have both shown you're capable of exhibiting the values Talona and I envisioned when making this trial, and as such get to reap the rewards such an achievement could provide. We get rewards for this? Ben asked innocently, but both Thera and Analia turned to him, Thera with a face full of shock, and Analia not managing to contain her own surprise. You didn't know there was any reward for it and still chose to risk your own life anyway? The god questioned him, bringing her large reptilian face close to his own. Ben did his best not to step back. I mean, I guess I remember Myriad saying something about it offhand, but I didn't give it much mind at the time. I was mostly under the impression that the reward was that Thera could keep doing her magic with her family's support. I wasn't really expecting anything else. I guess it was a little weird you didn't try asking about them at all. But who doesn't know you get rewarded for completing a god's trial? That's pretty much the main point of a trial. Thera asked him, still shocked he'd done all of that without realizing he'd get anything more out of it than helping her. He only shrugged. If nobody at the church thought it was important enough to teach me, I didn't learn it. Can't say I blame them. What sort of craftsman does this? There are in fact trials created by crafting gods as well, but that's neither here nor there, she told him, wearing a far gentler smile than she did before. To go through unknown danger, not because you want to be rewarded, but because you must in order to help the one you care for, exemplifies what my late husband and I wished to see. By doing the trial, even without worshipping me specifically, significantly more faith is generated than through typical prayers for a god. This lets us give you two gifts even if you don't worship me. A skill and my blessing. Thera couldn't speak. She knew that was the standard reward for most trials, but she still never expected to receive something like it. Not only that, but to be in the presence of her god left her shaken. She couldn't react. Ben though needed information. As great as it all sounded, he thought there might be a problem. That sounds great and all, but I'm Myriad's apostle. Am I actually allowed another god's blessing? Of course, Analia told him, not understanding the issue. A blessing aids the one to gain it in the growth of all things, and can open the door to options that may otherwise not exist. What god wouldn't want their believers to have access to that, most of all an apostle, the one who is most important to their faith in the mortal world? God, I really should try and be a decent apostle sometimes. He thought to himself after hearing all of that. In that case, I'll gratefully accept. Something about her demeanor eased some of the anger he had grown as the trial went on. He believed he understood the points of most of what they went through, even though he harbored a serious resentment to some of it. That line of thought did lead him to one more question though. Okay, I get the importance of challenging us to see if we could meet your ideals or whatever the point of all this was, but whose bright idea was it to give me that title? The issue stopped being as big to him in comparison to having to see his brother in the state he did, but he at least understood it was part of the trial. The title was just an insult to injury. At his question, Anilia's avatar noticeably grimaced. For that, I must apologize, she told him, bowing her head. I promise there was no negative intent behind it, but some of the gods that were watching simply asked a question about you after seeing some of your choices, and it was enough for the system to notice and solidify it in a title. What question? How is he the forgotten one? They were impressed with your attempt to make use of your duplicates, as well as take the time to train with them even, but the moment the words left enough lips the title was granted. If it helps, for a god to interfere with someone taking another god's trial, and in such a way that could harm them, is a gross violation of the rules. Providing a title that may upset the participant to a great enough extent falls within mental harm. Myriad has been compensated for their thoughtless acts, and when you are out of here, he will pass on reparations to you. Now unless there's anything else, shall I distribute the rewards? Ben gave a nod, a little shocked to hear that there were actual consequences for the gods who gave him the title, but at least was happy to hear it didn't come from a more negative place. There were worse things than learning some gods were intrigued enough by him to question why he'd been forgotten by the mortals they ruled over. Analia bent her head down to Thera and placed a kiss on her brow. Rather than be excited though, Thera's mood raised for a second before coming crashing down. Oh. Her spirits only seemed to lift for a moment before they came crashing down. I am sorry, child, you must have been far closer than I had suspected for one who never attempts to use it. Analia shook her head sadly. Wait, what happened? He asked, walking to Thera's side and taking her hand. She didn't speak at that moment, but Analia did for her. It seems that she was close enough to raising her charm that the application of my blessing pushed the skill over to the next level. What? Didn't you just tell me that gods aren't supposed to do things that would cause mental harm? What the hell is that then? The power of charm would increase with her level up, which meant the brace he'd made would be less effective. It still wasn't at the point where she could go out wearing it alone, but the fact that the potential for that pushed it back even farther infuriated him. Analia just shook her head. Unfortunately, it seems it was going to happen on its own soon enough. I would guess the span would be in terms of months or weeks. That much power simply wants to grow, whether used with intent or not. It's fine, Ben, she spoke in a voice that showed just how not fine she was. I've always known that a succubi's charm might raise on its own even without being trained at all. I just thought that if it was going to happen to me it would have happened by now. He could hear the misery in her voice, no matter how much she wanted to suppress it, and he ground his teeth. Making a decision, he pulled her so she was facing him and pulled back her hood to look in her eyes. Ben, what are you doing? Especially now I can't dash. It doesn't matter, he cut her off, trying not to let the small tears he saw forming in the corners of her eyes get to him. Thera, I promise you, no matter how long it takes I will figure out a way to suppress your magic. Please be patient and believe in me, I won't let you down. Faced with his sincerity, she couldn't help it, a small smile escaped her and she wiped her eyes. She did believe in him after all. Okay, I know you will. Wonderful, just wonderful, Analia said, wiping her own eyes with her tail and killing the moment. That's exactly the sort of sincerity I want to see from one who's completed my trial. Hopefully this will be able to help you achieve your goal. She bent down towards him, and the same as she did for Thera, placed a kiss on his brow. Completed the trial of Analia and Talona. Acquired Anilia's blessing. Acquired skill bind. Not only did the notifications go off in his head, but he felt his arm straighten and the pain in it disappear. His injury was healed, and he wanted to thank her for fixing it on top of the gifts she'd given him, but he was distracted. Something seemed wrong, and to be on the safe side he checked his card. It doesn't have a level? He asked aloud after getting confirmation that he had heard the announcement right. Indeed, though rare, it's within the same class of skills as WorldSpeak Plus. It's already in its maximum form, with no further growth intended. There have been cases where such a skill has been able to evolve to a higher form, but that's usually as a result of meeting the conditions to merge with a more standard skill to create something more than the sum of its parts. Okay, cool, you have me interested, but what does it do? The name didn't give much away and it was a passive skill, he couldn't imagine how to passively bind something. As for that, it's quite simple. The skill merely joins your souls, to a small extent. What? That sounded pretty big to Ben. Even Thera seemed concerned and whipped her head to look directly at her god. Unperturbed, Analia continued on with her explanation. It is a small thing, but the skill will always let you find each other, no matter where in the world you are or how far apart you might be. Of course, I understand that people can wish for privacy at times. Despite it being categorized as a passive skill, it is in fact possible to disable it if you so wish. While he wasn't initially aware of its effects as a result of Thera being right beside him, it became more obvious when he felt her turn the skill off and on a few times, hesitating before deciding to leave it on. He left his on as well. He didn't particularly mind her being able to find him if she needed him, and it seemed like it could be handy for while they were hunting in the event they found themselves separated. Alright, thank you Analia, I'll be sure to use it well. He told the goddess before him, giving her a small bow. I'm sure you will, child of Myriad. Now, daughter of. No, Thera, she stopped herself, making sure to properly address Thera by name. While I can't suppress your charm at all, I can offer you a piece of knowledge you might find helpful, as well as an extra motivation to achieve it. She looked up at her god and kept a respectful tone. I'll happily listen to whatever wisdom you'd offer me. Excellent. The issue you have with your earth magic is admittedly quite rare. For one to have so much mana without any of the control it needs to utilize properly is something I've witnessed but a handful of times in this world or my last, but there is something that can help with it. Really? Her eyes began to shine with genuine excitement at the very prospect. Indeed, in fact your charm level increasing will contribute to it. Any improvement to one magic increases your overall ability to improve and control other magics. In the cases of most mortals the effects would be minor, essentially unnoticeable, but for one with the struggles you have every little bit should improve it and the effect will be much greater. Thera, deflated. Are you saying I should improve my charm to help improve my earth magic? Much to her surprise, though her god disagreed. No, I'm aware the skill is more a curse to you than a gift, however, there are many other magics in the world. The benefits you have to being born between a spirit and a mortal means you'll have access to significantly greater power without being confined to a single element. For example, your succubus heritage should give you an impressive compatibility with dark magic as a whole, not just charm. Perhaps take advantage of the great spirit staying in your family home in the meantime to see what you can learn. Once you start getting more control over your magic, the speed you're able to raise its level and that of any other magic you learn should only become faster and faster as you practice, thanks to the quantity of mana you possess. Thera realized she hadn't taken a single breath as her god spoke and she'd unconsciously clenched her fists in excitement. She could do it. She could become a proper mage. It wasn't clear on how much learning new magics would let her improve her skills as a whole, but if it was something her god suggested, then she would do it. As it felt like her heart would beat out her chest and her blood pounded through her from her excitement, she bowed deeply. Thank you for the advice, I'll begin as soon as I'm out of the trial. Excellent, Analia said with a smile. And as for the motivation I mentioned, I offer you this quest. Thera Oris, gain 4 levels of magic. Should you succeed in this, I will reward you by raising any skill below the 5th level by 1. Thera didn't know what to say. A quest from her god, and one seemingly with no purpose beyond helping her own growth. It was more than she could ever have imagined when she first agreed to take the trial. Ben for his part seemed just as happy as she was, a smile covering his face even as he joked. So that's the sort of quest and reward a powerful god can offer, huh? Maybe I should convert? Analia only chuckled. As you succeed in growing Myriad's faith among mortals, you'll eventually get the chance for quests and rewards such as this. I wouldn't be quite so quick to abandon your god. Just a joke, I've tied my lot to Myriad, I won't just abandon him. Good. Thera, I expect great things from you, I'm sure you'll make me proud. You won't have to worry about encountering any of the trials as you leave, and you'll find it much quicker to get out. I can't completely erase the spatial magic that expands this place, but it will weaken, for you at least. I hope we may get the chance to speak again. With that, her statue laid back down to the ground and the emotion left its face. They were dismissed, and finally free to go. So what was your plan anyway? Thera asked as they started walking back. What do you mean? She had been silent when they left Analia, and Ben had assumed she was thinking about how she would complete her quest, but it seemed Thera had something else in mind first. You said you had a plan to take on Analia's avatar, I'm just wondering what you were going to do. Oh, that. He said awkwardly, unsure how honest he should be about it, before deciding he didn't like lying to people he cared for. The plan was kind of just making sure you escaped. She stopped in her tracks the moment the words left his mouth. What? It wasn't a question she was asking, but a statement, and one filled with anger. He knew he was in trouble with her and rushed to explain. I was spent and we had no way to attack the thing. I figured I was pretty much guaranteed to die anyway, so you might as well try and escape while I held it off as long as I could. He saw the anger building in her eyes with every word and ended up trailing off, not knowing what would be safe to say. She took 2 steps towards him and he was sure she was going to take a swing at him, but instead pulled him in a tight embrace. Please don't ever try and get yourself killed for me. Her grip on him was tight and he didn't know what to do, nor if that was a promise he could keep. Thera, I can't just do nothing if I think I can help you. There'd be no point in both of us dying like that. She pulled herself away and grabbed his face, bringing it close to her own so she could stare him directly in the eyes. Do you think I'd be able to keep being a mage if my selfishness got you killed? We're a team, aren't we? If we need to figure something out, we'll do it together, or if we run, we'll run together. Please don't ask me to leave you to die. As she spoke, the anger left her voice, replaced by a far deeper sadness, reminding Ben of the lonely little girl he saw during her trial. He grabbed the hands that clasped his cheeks and looked back at her. I'm sorry. You're right, we're a team, I won't go dying on you anytime soon. She took a step back and pulled up her hood, looking away from him. You better not. Honestly, what is it about life and death situations that has you throwing yourself into danger like that? Save that sort of thing for people with the skills to handle it. Well, people on Earth tend to think that when facing danger, we're inclined to either fleeing or fighting. Not sure how true that actually is, but I guess I'm the latter. Well, start choosing to flee. Seriously, she put her head in her hand, finding it difficult to deal with her emotions. Her anger wasn't at him, not truly. She just couldn't stand the thought of making that choice, and that she was weak enough without a staff that he felt like he had to make it. Without connecting with her, he couldn't be sure about the extent of her emotions, but he got the impression she had calmed down at least and resolved to try and make it up to her later. He really didn't want her mad at him for long. He was going to try and talk her into continuing on back when something caught his eye behind him. The figure of a small gray, staring at him for a moment before running back through the trees. It only took Ben a moment to grab Thera's hand and start running after it, his mind flying through possibilities. What, Ben? What's wrong? The exit's the other way. I'm pretty sure there's an emergency this way. If I'm wrong, we'll just head back. He already knew there was some spatial effect on the trial, and he was all but certain one of them was meant to keep participants from meeting up. If not, why even keep them from going through the same section, and why not have more people go at once to take on the final challenge together? But if that really was the case, why had he seen him, and why didn't he say anything? A possibility ran through his mind, and he couldn't leave it be. He pushed himself to run as fast as he could, needing to know if his hunch was correct. It took longer than he expected, and he was only able to catch glimpses of the small alien as he went, but eventually they arrived at the location he was seemingly being led to. On the ground before him was Carly, trapped in a deep slumber, with Glob nowhere around. Ben had a sickening feeling in his stomach as he figured out what must have happened, what was happening still, as he and Thera rushed to her. He gave her a quick check over. Alive but definitely asleep, seemingly for at least a couple days as she was trapped in the 5th section of the trial. He picked her up and pulled her onto his back. We have to get her out of here soon. Hopefully she'll wake up when we exit, but even if she doesn't, there will be healers around to keep her alive while we figure something out. But what about Glob? She asked. He must be somewhere nearby. Out of Thera's sight, just behind her as she looked at Ben, the small gray emerged again, gesturing with a thin arm to follow along. I'm pretty sure we'll find him soon. This fucking sucks. She thought to herself as she curled up in her bed, having just finished her lessons with a creature named Funa, the Great Dark Spirit. It had actually gone pretty well, and learning to use her magic had been a welcome distraction, but now here she was, alone with her thoughts again. Whose incredible idea was it to split us all up after the 2nd day? How am I supposed to deal with all of this by myself? The Queen and her husband had been genuinely kind, letting her make a home with them and providing some stability to her life, and her teacher was more than accommodating, but when the day was done and she was left to her own thoughts, she couldn't help spiral. How was she supposed to help fight some world-threatening invaders? She had been planning her move for university only a couple weeks before, all prepared to finish high school and start her new life, enjoying a final trip with everyone she spent the last 4 years with, and now here she was. Dead. A part of her would wonder if this was all a dream, while another questioned if it was hell. Sure, it seemed kind enough for now, but maybe it was all leading up to whatever monsters would be coming to destroy everything, and taking her false sense of security with them when they did. No one seemed to know what the invaders did to anyone that didn't escape their world, but given the savagery she'd heard from different accounts as she was being taught, it was undoubtedly bad. Even if all of this was real, wasn't the thought of being brought back to life specifically to go off and die again just too cruel? What sort of gods thought this was a good idea, and where did they get off deciding this on their own without even asking any of them first? A small part of her knew that even if they did ask, she would have chosen to go. It was better than being dead after all, but being given the illusion of choice could have made all the difference to her. Damn, that's all pretty heavy. Can't say you're wrong though. What? Who said that? Who's there? She pulled her head from her bed and looked around, trying to find the speaker. Relax, I'm not here to hurt you. Seems like you won't be able to hear some things, just like the other one, the voice said with a sigh. Wait, are you in my head? Is this Glob? If it is, stay out of my brain, you slimy little jerk, or I'll beat the crap out of you. The only skill she knew her fellow otherworlder had was barrier magic, but it was undoubtable he had 1 or 2 more. Relax, I'm not Glob. You could say I'm just here to make conversation while I dash. The thought seemed to cut off, and for a few moments, Carly was left in silence. Well, I'm trying to do something is all, nothing bad for you, so don't worry. She was still suspicious, not willing to give the mystery voice in her head any trust. In that case, who are you then? I'm Dash. It cut off again, longer this time, and when it came back, seemed filled with annoyance. Really? I can't address myself like that either? Fine, if none of those work, then what about fairy godmother? Can I call myself that at least? You expect me to believe you're my fairy godmother? And who else are you talking to? Is someone else there? Oh good, you caught that. Sure, I'm your fairy godmother I guess, it said, not convincingly, but more like it had come to resign itself to the role. And why wouldn't you believe it? Not sure how much you've looked into the world you're stuck in, but it's kind of insane. She couldn't exactly deny that, given everything else she'd learned in her time there so far, with things only continuing to get weirder. Fine, whatever. Who else are you talking to then? That's a bit harder to explain. Let's see, how would you understand without it getting cut off? Have you ever had to change your password on something because you kept getting it wrong, but when you put in the new one it would say you couldn't reuse an old password and be left screaming at the screen? That's me right now. Did it look into my memories to make that comparison? The world didn't have anything as convenient as phones or computers in it. To keep in touch with friends, she'd needed to start sending off letters, and even though hers were given priority treatment, she still hadn't gotten to hear back from anyone yet. Full disclosure, I can hear your thoughts, but not look into your memories. Don't ask, I won't be able to explain. Now if you aren't up to anything, why don't we chat for a bit? No offense, but I don't want some random creep in my head. Man, is that any way to talk to your fairy godmother? Give me a chance, I honestly probably won't be able to help much, but sometimes it's just good having someone to talk to. Carly wouldn't bite, opting to ignore the voice and sit in silence instead. Fine. In that case, why don't I spitball a little and let me know if I'm close? Since coming to this world you've been struggling with all sorts of things, the obvious ones being what I already heard you thinking about. Separated from everyone you know in the world, struggling with the fact you're dead, being expected to fight and possibly die maybe soon. I never really considered the is this hell angle, but honestly fair enough. There's probably some other struggles too, missing friends and family still on Earth, never being able to do things you like again, the world being less technologically advanced than your old one in a lot of ways, missing foods and other experiences. How close am I? You don't score any points for being able to see the obvious. Honestly fair, but have you asked yourself what you could do to try and improve at least some of your conditions? How the hell am I supposed to do that? She all but yelled. I'm dead. And I'm stuck in this world just waiting to die again. How am I supposed to make things better? The voice grew softer after her outburst, Kinder. I'm sorry, I know you're struggling right now. I just meant that you don't need to be alone. Is there any reason you and Funa couldn't go to see some of your friends that came to this world? Besides that, trying to meet new people and make new friends is sure to help a bit. I know starting from scratch can feel scary, and I'm not saying you should forget about your old world, but working on building your life here might help you more than you think. There's nothing better than having people who care about you to help you out. I swear if you're telling me to befriend Glob, No. I don't think he's quite as awful as he seems, but when I get the chance I'm going to make the little gray answer some questions before I give him any trust. You have Pelania, Abris, and your teacher currently, right? And I'm sure you could get out and try to meet some nice succubi, maybe Pelania has some friends with kids? Oh my god, are you really suggesting a playdate? Cards on the table, I'm pretty bad at this. Not sure how to go about meeting someone, but when you do, just make them be around you enough that you get to know each other and force them into friendship. Being alone isn't going to help you. I'll think about it. At the very least I like the idea of traveling a bit to see some of the friends I already have. I'm sure many of them would love to see you too. Remember, everyone you arrived with is probably dealing with the same thing at the moment. Carly did feel a bit better. Talking about her problems and working on a plan to try and make things better was nicer than spending the night sulking anyway. Anyway, it looks like I need to go. Before I do though, what food do you miss most from your world? What? Spaghetti I guess. Why? At the very least I may be able to help a little with that. See you soon. With what felt like an ominous goodbye, the voice was gone. She pushed open the gates and got her first view of her home city in a week. It would be an emotional moment if Ben hadn't left the other two challengers by her side while he did his own thing. The two were still unconscious, with Glob looking beaten half to death. The two succubi who stood guard at the gates looked at them in surprise, quickly running off to get help, while unexpectedly her mother was there, waiting to greet her. How did you know I would be out? Thera asked her, surprised to get to see her mother so soon. I asked Anilia's apostle if it would be possible to inform me when you were coming out, and thankfully our God is agreeable. It would have been nice to get some warning about the other two though. Pelania bent down and placed a hand on both Carly and Glob, activating her life magic to do what she could while they waited for help to arrive. Much like Sonia, she had an affinity for the magic but hadn't taken the time to raise its level beyond what she had expected to need in the past, unlike her sister who decided to use it in her career. Ben's pretty sure they decided to fight each other when their duplicates showed up. Glob got his butt kicked and then there was nobody to try and wake Carly up when Glob's copy disappeared. A reasonable conclusion, and what about Ben? The Queen broached. I was informed you both successfully made it through, but he doesn't seem to be around. Pelania also wanted to ask how they even managed to come across Glob and Carly. The trial was set up in a way that any groups should always be guided away from one another. The fact they had met at all shouldn't have occurred. It wasn't immediately important though, and Pelania could get the details later, the covenant between God and trial taker not preventing any two who had already taken the trial from discussing it. As for Ben, Thera was more exasperated than anything. He said he wanted to take the chance to look at the enchantments placed on the inside of the wall while he could, so he'll be out in a day when he's gotten everything he can out of them. The Queen couldn't help it. In all of her years she'd never heard of a trial taker doing such a thing, and she burst into laughter. You really have found yourself an interesting friend. He's a character. Anyway, Mother, I completed the trial and even leveled up my earth magic and completed the apprentice mage job. I assume you have no issue with supporting me while I continue to try and improve my magic. Nope, you passed with flying colors. So what was even the point of all this? After being stuck in her dream, remembering her childhood, Thera was left thinking about her mom. She was a pain. She was always doing something annoying when she wanted to have her fun, and could be overly serious about various things, and would try and get people to make the choices she thought was right, but even for that last one, getting Thera to take a trial seemed pretty extreme. Surprising her though, her mother gave her what seemed to be an honest answer. Well, my main goal was for you to get the mid-trial reward. I put your odds at having to escape after that at around 50 to 50. But if you want to insist on continuing to be a mage, I wanted you to have whatever little advantage you could. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Pelania just smiled. Anilia's trial is kind. Even if you don't complete it, if you get past your duplicates without killing them, you'll get a boost. A strengthening of your soul or something like that. Either way, it has the potential to bring up some of your skill levels or bring you closer to leveling them up in the future. I thought if you at least got that you'd be able to come closer to your dream. Okay, but then why not just tell me? I want you to know I did almost die a few times there. And yet you've come back much stronger, and with a blessing to boot. Anyway, I couldn't tell you due to the covenant, and I wasn't sure you'd actually do it if I just asked you to. Bullying you a little seemed like the best choice, and besides, she started, losing her more serious tone and taking on a smug smile. Wasn't it a good opportunity to get closer to your friend? Thera looked to her mother silently for a moment, before sighing and turning away. I'm going to change my job, I'll see you later at home. Hey now, I'm just having my fun. If you're going to go, why not leave the flower then, and I'll have it placed in your room once someone comes to look after these two for me. Still not able to handle her mother, Thera handed off the flower and started walking off to one of the city's job change rooms. She elected to go to the main church of Analia to do it. The walk was a bit far compared to just going to the Craftsman Guild or the Merchants Guild, but given all of the benefits she had just received from her god, including advice on how to finally improve her magic after so many years. It just felt right to go to a place she could give thanks again as she did it. Walking up to the crystal, she placed her hands on it and let the options fill her mind. Available jobs: Queen of Mana, Musician, Professional Dancer, Bard, Earth Mage, Darkness Mage Charm Specialized. As always, the Queen of Mana job tempted her on name alone, but from looking into it, it seemed it wouldn't actually improve her magic, instead sharply raising the speed she could improve her mana attribute and recovery, which was definitely one of the last things she wanted. She already had enough trouble controlling her mana, she didn't want to raise its quantity even higher without mastering her magic control. While she had some small interest in the more musically inclined jobs, she knew she wouldn't be taking them again unless she somehow found herself with no other magic option aside from the darkness one. As far as she was concerned, charm was never being advanced, at least not willingly. If it had taken 20 years of her life for it to go up one level on its own, then she should have plenty more time before it would again. Really, there was only one job there she would take and without hesitation, selected it. Acquired job: Earth Mage LV0. Bonuses granted to improving mana, mana recovery rate, and intelligence. Earth magic and any related skills will receive a growth bonus. Name: Farah Oris. Race: Succubus/Spirit Hybrid. Titles: Spirit Child. Jobs: Earth Mage, LV0. Previous jobs: Beginner Dancer, Dancer, Apprentice Mage. Attributes: Vitality, 1001. Vitality recovery rate, 10 per hour. Mana, 255,624. Mana recovery rate, 30 per minute. Strength, 101. Agility, 314. Stamina, 254. Intelligence, 228. Affinities: Light, 4. Life, 22. Fire, 11. Water, 14. Air, 12. Earth, 103. Death, 3. Dark, 43. Space, 2. Time, 1. Resistances: Light, 5. Life, 9. Fire, 11. Water, 16. Air, 12. Earth, 35. Death, 13. Dark, 42. Space, 7. Time, 8. Blessed skills: Earth Magic LV3. Charm Magic LV1. Passive skills: World Speak Plus. Coordination LV3. Medical Knowledge LV0. Bind. Active skills: Calculate LV1. Dance LV4. String Instrument LV3. Woodwind Instrument LV2. Cleaning LV1. Staff User LV0. Meditation LV2. Speed Reading LV2. Blessings: Anilia's Blessing. Trials: Trial of Analia and Talona. Thera looked at her status and couldn't help but smile. Things were looking up. Mom, I've been out for a day. Why did you plan this so soon? Hell, how did you plan this so soon? As soon as I was told you completed it, I had arrangements made immediately. Never underestimate what money and power can accomplish. Thera wanted to crawl in a hole and die. When she woke up in the morning, she had been informed that in a ridiculously quick fashion, her mother had arranged a ball to celebrate her completion of the trial, apparently wasting disgusting amounts of wealth and likely abusing her political influence to get it set up for the next day. She couldn't help but groan. She always hated these social events, and it sounded like she'd be stuck in this one for the rest of the day. She hadn't even been able to see Ben yet and tell him the good news about becoming an Earth Mage. Still, it was just one day, and it looked like it would make her mother happy. Fine, let me grab my cloak and I'll be right down there. No need for that, our enchanter has produced well over 100 resistance amulets at his current level for our use, and with your brace we should be fine. My charm increased in the trial, she muttered, not looking at her mother. It was still something she wanted to avoid thinking about, and she hated admitting it. Penelia put a caring hand on her daughter's cheek. It's only a 5% increase, love, that's not much at all. Enough that a resistance amulet won't be able to handle whatever the arm brace can't cover though. Everyone attending should be high enough in their respective governments that if they don't have the willpower to handle whatever little bit of your charm leaks out, then they really shouldn't be in their posts. It will be fine, and I have some guards to keep an eye on things anyway. I don't know. Tell you what, I'll hang on to your cloak just in case, but I'd love to see the expression on my beautiful daughter's face while she's dressed nicely. At that her mother stepped out quickly, coming back with a bright white toga. It did look light and lovely, the sort of traditional clothing she didn't have much reason to wear outside of Analia, but enjoyed the few times she did. And as long as my cloak is nearby and everyone around knows the potential risks, it wouldn't really be that bad, would it? Okay, maybe just this once won't be so bad if everyone knows the risks. She didn't have many opportunities to dress up, she wanted to enjoy them when she could. Excellent, her mother beamed. Throw that on and we'll head down to the ballroom right away, can't leave everyone waiting. She quickly dressed herself before following her mother down and entering the ballroom. In an already extravagant home, she always thought it was needless. There was no reason her parents couldn't host their government events at an outside venue, and given Thera's disdain for them when she was younger they often did. Nothing good came from prying eyes sneaking out to see the rest of the house where they might accidentally wander into her. Having said that though, now that she wasn't hiding herself away in her cloak, it was surprisingly nice to see it so full of life. A band playing in the background and tables full of food, guests from various allied races standing around and mingling, and in the center of it all. What? Mother, what exactly did you do? Ah, now, there's the face I wanted to see, her mother giggled while seeing her daughter's hands covering her face, not quite managing to hide the golden glow of a blush spreading through her cheeks. Better go over there, he's been standing alone for quite a while waiting for you to get ready. In the center of everyone was Ben, dressed in a dark green toga and a purple belt wrapping his waist, holding the flower they'd plucked from the trial, and generally having no idea about the significance of anything he was doing. Her mother had definitely tricked him into it, or just as likely gotten one of the maids to do it. As she got closer his face lit up, and looking like he forgot something for a moment held the flower out to her, which she hesitantly took, not able to meet his eyes from the moment he lifted it towards her. Even knowing she was being set up, she couldn't hide her embarrassment. Why did she have to do this in front of so many people? What am I saying? Of course she did it, so I'd have to accept. Gods, I can feel myself blushing so hard I'm probably twinkling in the light, this is so embarrassing. She pulled her eyes from the ground to peek up at him and noticed he looked confused. It seemed like he was about to ask her something when her mother spoke up. Hello everyone, welcome to this wonderful occasion. We're all here to celebrate a completion of the trial. My daughter, proving herself to me and earning my support as she chooses her own path, and Ben, dedicating his work through it with her to his god Myriad, and the first man to have a complete resistance to Thera's charm. I hope you'll all join hands in celebrating with me, as well as looking forward to what their future holds. She noticed Ben tilt his head during her mother's little speech as cheers went up, and assumed he was getting the notification that he'd successfully completed an achievement in his god's name, before looking back to her and smiling, seeming to have no idea what he was supposed to do from here. She leaned up to whisper in his ear to grab them a table in the back, and once he walked off turned to her mother, trying to make her smile look as real as possible for any watching guests while keeping her voice low to hide her anger from everyone around. Mother, care to explain what in the infinite hells that was about? Irritatingly, her mother just laughed her anger off, placing a gentle hand on her head and saying in a voice that sounded so genuine she had no choice but to believe her, you know Thera, one of my greatest fears is one day you'll wake up and realize you're alone, this is just some insurance against that. How was she even supposed to respond to that? She just shook her head and walked to the table Ben found for them. The moment she sat down, other guests sprinkled around nearby found an excuse to find different seats or to get up. Normally it would have bothered her a bit, seeing as how blatantly obvious their aversion to her was, but she was grateful to have the peace for once. As she was trying to think about how to explain exactly what happened to Ben, he placed a hand on her forehead. "You okay, Thera? You're looking pretty flushed. Is the crowd too much for you?" She gently pulled away from his touch, feeling her face heat up even more, and coughed to clear her throat, trying to pull herself together. "I'm fine," she started awkwardly, having no idea how to tell him what just happened and still unable to meet his eyes. "It looks like Mom just decided to pull a bit of a prank on you is all." Okay, what did she do? Is it the outfit? I'm definitely the only one in the room in these colors." "Well, that's a part of it, gods, I need to just get this out of the way quickly." "So you just proposed, and I accepted." For a solid minute, it looked like his brain stopped working. He just stared at her, processing what she said. Explain please?" She sighed, still avoiding his eyes the best he could. "The colors you're wearing represent Analia and Talona. For a succubi or incubi to wear them outside of a marriage ceremony would indicate they are serious about their pursuit or love of an individual. As for handing me the flower, well, long ago a couple took the trial together, and upon completing it the incubi handed it to his partner, symbolizing that their love ran deep enough that even Analia would approve, and they wed shortly after. Since then, it's been a custom for pairs that were romantically involved who took the trial together to propose their marriage with the flower after completing it by having one hand it to the other, expressing their love. Old traditions, old stories, both things she never in her wildest dreams thought Ben would need to be warned about. She wasn't sure how much her uncle educated him on succubi culture, but even he surely didn't expect to need to warn him about something like this. "Was that why your mom said that bit about me not being affected by your charm?" It did feel a bit out of place. She could only nod. "Since before my people arrived on this world, there was always a bit of a taboo about taking advantage of someone who was charmed romantically. Even more so since arriving here and finding so many races who didn't have resistances that could deal with it. Love is sacred, you shouldn't manipulate someone into it." Ben nodded. "Okay, that tracks. She wanted everyone to know I wasn't taken in by your charm. One question though, very minor, not really a big deal, just a little curious. Why did you say yes?" Thera groaned and threw her face into her arms on the table. "Cultural differences. Like I said, love is sacred. If you were to so boldly make a proposal like that to join our lives together, only for me to decline you, it would indicate extremely poor judgment on your part. It isn't an exaggeration to say you'd never be able to do business in this nation, possibly with a few of our allied nations either. That's how badly rejecting you would make a fool of you. Mom knows that, and she knew I'd know that, so that's probably why she set things up this way." He let out a low whistle. "Is it really that bad?" "That sounds a bit on the extreme end, no offense. If it was a different pair in a different venue, it probably wouldn't be so bad. Plenty of people propose in private to be careful, though it's seen as lacking in conviction for your love, so any that do will have a public one later to make it seem more real. As for anyone who gets rejected in public, they'd probably just move. As long as they didn't run into anyone aware of their rejection, they could start a new life, without worrying too much about lasting consequences. You, however, just very publicly proposed to the Queen's daughter. The entire country's going to know in a few days." She didn't know what she was expecting from him, but it wasn't a powerful laughter out of nowhere, and she lifted her head just enough to look at him. "What's so funny?" "I mean, your mom got us good." "I'd say it's a little funny." "Sure, until you want to actually marry someone and find that no succubi will purchase your work or request your services for leaving the Queen's daughter. There are lots of races in the world," he told her with a shrug. "I'm sure I'll manage. Besides, I'm not exactly looking for anyone at the moment." She didn't know how he could be so indifferent about such a thing and put her head back down, before feeling a hand on hers. "Thank you though," he told her. "You accepted for my sake, right?" "I appreciate it." "Don't mention it." "Cool, I'm going to grab a plate or two of food, want one?" Sure, get me whatever looks good. Will do. He got up to wander the tables, piling plates high with far more than a person should be grabbing on their first walk around, making small mountains of it. Thera watched him for a bit before turning to look around the venue and realized just how many eyes had been on her when she accidentally met them, leaving her even more embarrassed. She was used to people avoiding her gaze as if locking eyes on her by mistake could somehow make her charm more powerful, but now that the opposite was happening it was even worse. Knowing that everyone was probably curious about her engagement and the man who would be willing to marry someone like her, hell, a man who was capable of it without breaking any taboos. She tried to ignore it by instead focusing on the rising music and the guests who had started dancing. That's pretty nice, Ben said as he sat back down with far too much for them to eat. I've never seen a dance like that. Of course, none of my race have tails, so we really can't dance like that. It's a traditional dance from the homeworld from what I understand, it's been done for hundreds of years. Do you want to join them? It's not exactly something I can manage. Even with their amulets and my brace, my charm on contact is still way too high, not to mention that I can really only dance with you because as far as everyone in this room's concerned we just got engaged. They'll play other songs to dance to soon that aren't for this one so that guests from other nations can participate however they see fit. This is just to show our culture to them. But you would like to do this one? He pressed on, seeing it in her eyes. Well, I was a dancer after all. I was only ever able to do routines that could be managed alone, which really hindered my potential to develop my skill, but I did enjoy it and would like to someday if I could, but we can try dancing when they change songs. She knew he didn't have the skill, but having a dance partner for the first time was a more exciting prospect than she thought it would be. Aside from learning solo routines, she had at least learned the technique for different dances that needed a partner, she'd just never put them to practice. He thought for a minute before giving a nod. Alright, I'll be back in a second then. Wait, for what? But he was already gone, running towards an incubus she recognized as Glob's teacher and dragged him by the hand towards her parents, who were in the middle of making conversation with some Exorir diplomats she was fairly sure Ben had made braces for. When they saw him approach, they politely spoke for a moment before walking away though, presumably to give him a moment to talk to his future in-laws. She wasn't sure what he said, but she saw her mother run towards the band as her father seemed to do, something. I'm seeing things wrong. There's no way Dad just used his magic to materialize Ben another belt. After whatever it was her father did, he grabbed Furila's hand, as well as whatever it was that now clung to his waist, before walking back, keeping an eye on the dancers the entire time. Okay, I'll give. What is that? She asked, seeing a carefully twined together length of what looked like a metallic rope, the weave of it making it seem more flexible than a typical length of chain should be. Mithril tail. Come on, let's dance. Wait, I'm sorry, what do you mean a mithril tail? I'm the only one you can dance with, and you seem to want to do this one, so come on, your mom's having them play the song again. Also fair warning, I'm not sure how long I'll be able to go for. I had to do a pretty quick and sloppy job getting these enchantments on rather than figure out the best way to apply them, and creating small barriers throughout the tail to move with my mind is going to be pretty draining, even with the mithril taking most of the burden to power it. Without waiting for her answer, he took her hand and led her to the dance floor, held onto her wrists as the other dancers were, before running mana through his artificial tail to intertwine it with her own. You've never seen this dance before and definitely don't have the skill. How exactly do you plan on making this work? Oh, I'm going to be terrible, but don't underestimate a guy who grew an extra mind, he told her with cheer. I was using both to see if I could quickly memorize the steps, and now one's going to be focused on making my feet move right while the other's managing the tail. Come on, let's give it a go. He started dancing, leading her to follow his steps. From a professional standpoint, she confidently judged him as terrible. His movements were jerky and awkward, and it seemed like he was having trouble controlling how his limbs moved. The tail she tried to be more generous about, seeing as how it was his first time attempting to use one, but if she was watching from the side she would have pegged him as being at the Zeroth level in the skill tops. With herself sitting at level 4, it was nothing to write home about. And yet, despite all that, it was perhaps some of the most fun she'd ever had dancing. She did her best to compensate for his clumsy moves, trying to make him appear a bit more graceful than she could tell he was, and worked to bring the best out of the dance she could. Her heart was beating in excitement as she did what she'd always wanted to try as a dancer, having a partner. "How am I doing?" "Terrible," she laughed. "Do people in your world even dance?" "I mean, professionals would definitely have some complex dance routines, but the most I'd ever do was whatever my high school set up. If the right song comes on, I'll show you how." "Ha, sure, sounds like fun." They continued on for a little while longer before Ben began running low enough on mana that he had to sit down. "Oof, may have pushed a little longer than I should have." "That was entertaining though." It was, she agreed, still feeling a smile on her face and briefly forgetting about the craziness that led up to it. She saw her mother and father in the back, looking pretty emotional, and ignored them in favor of eating some of the food Ben grabbed earlier. At least until a slower song came on that seemed to match his tastes. He grabbed her hand again, leading her back to the dance floor, and instructed her on what to do. "Just put your hands on my shoulders." She did as he asked. "Okay, now what? Where do you think you're touching?" "Your hands on my shoulders, mine on your hips. At least that's how I was taught. If you're uncomfortable we can stop." "No, it's fine, it was just a little unexpected." She was aware of dances with this sort of arrangement at least, she just never expected to participate in anything like that, and finding herself pressed so close to him made her remember her mother's comment about him having nice muscles when they first arrived. He certainly seemed sturdier than he looked. Shaking her head, not wanting any weird thought to invade, she looked up at him. "So what do we do now?" "We just move to the music," he told her, gently swaying back and forth. "Wait, that's it, you call this dancing? There's no technique. Not to mention how close we are. Dancing should be accessible to anyone, even if they're lacking formal training. This is how we do it when you don't know how. Besides that, it's fun. It's nice being close to people. Once I get your charm under control, you'll be able to dance as much as you want with people who actually know what they're doing." "Not likely. I'm not going back to doing it professionally, and it would still be hard to find a dance partner when people think we're engaged." "Well, I mean, we'll have to set the record straight someday. Ignoring my prospects, I'm sure you'd want to find someone eventually too." "That isn't exactly in the cards for me." "Why not? You're a beautiful girl, I get you can't be romantically involved with anyone you've charmed for cultural, and well, I guess ethical reasons, but if you get it under control, you should be able to find someone nice if you want." She pushed aside being called beautiful for the moment and instead thought about how to answer him. It was an issue she had complicated feelings about but knew it would come up one day, one way or another. "Why not now? It's another racial issue for me. Do you know how a mixed breed can typically figure out their life expectancy?" "Honestly, haven't thought about it." "Average the lifespan of the parent races, plus or minus 10% typically. Spirits don't have fixed lifespans, what does that tell you?" He scrunched his eyebrows for a second in thought before opening them wide. "Wait, are you saying you're immortal?" "Probably not," she admitted. "Part of their longevity seems to be connected to having a body made out of mana, since the main way a spirit will die is by using theirs up. Still, it's undeniable that I'm going to live for a long time. I haven't seemed to age at all since my growth period ended a few years ago, at least that's what my family seems to think. If I end up living for a few thousand years, I'll outlive almost every race I'm aware of. Not much point in getting romantically involved with anyone I can expect to die so much sooner. Seems like a depressing way of looking at things. This at least is something I realized I needed to accept years ago, as soon as I figured out just what it meant to be half spirit." Without thinking she raised a hand to his face, gently holding it, and muttered, "I guess I'm going to outlive you too." They fell in silence after that, until Ben grabbed her hand, and without warming pulled it over her head, spinning her in a circle, before continuing to dance. "What was that for?" It's very important to occasionally spin your partner out of the blue when dancing like this. Trust me, I'm all about mediocre human dancing. Anyway, that just means the time we have together needs to be as exciting as possible. Why's that? So you remember me, of course. He told her with a grin, emotion she couldn't quite place filling his eyes as he spoke. You know, in 1,000 years there probably won't be a single human on this world. What do you mean? There's only 20 of us here. Plenty are going to have kids with other races. Sure, some of them will probably marry each other and have children, but those children are going to want partners too, and a starting population of 20 doesn't make a good gene pool by any stretch. I'm sure that in 1,000 years from now, by the latest, we'll be all but forgotten about. A note in a history book as one of the races brought to try and protect the world. I guess I just think the idea of someone being around to remember us is nice. The prospect of one day being the only one who would remember various races was a lonely one, even if she lived for such a span of time. If the world survived the immediate threat, what other events would she see in her life? What might she forget? At the very least she felt confident of one thing in the moment. I don't know how I'll ever forget a weirdo like you. She leaned into his chest and pushed away thoughts of a distant future, trying to enjoy the present. Funa, I'm hoping that you'd be willing to give me some guidance for the next week I'm still in the nation. Thera's aunt seemed to light up, at least as much as a shadow woman could. When her niece had walked up to her, she'd never expected to receive this request. Finally, she was ready to fulfill the offer she'd been putting out for years. You're ready to let me help you raise your charm? She said in excitement. It was something she wanted to help Thera with since she'd come to learn of the issue, getting her to level 6 to grant her the means of suppressing its abilities. Sadly, Thera quickly dashed her hopes. No, I want to learn dark magic. She went on to explain the advice she'd gotten from Analia during the end of her trial. While initially disappointed, Funa's interest grew as her niece spoke. She'd never heard of anything like that herself, but at the same time before Abris fell in love with Pelania she hadn't interacted enough with the various races in the world to encounter such things. It's an interesting idea, and I have no issue guiding you as I can. There's just 2 points I want to advise you on first. To begin with, there is the chance that developing and raising darkness magic could cause your charm to increase too. They are pretty tightly linked after all. The second is that I won't be able to get you to the point where you have the skill in the next week. I can try and instill as much knowledge and technique in you as I can, but when you go you'll have to put it into practice yourself to the best of your abilities. Of course, I'll try to visit Stonewall every now and then, but I've already promised your mother to make training Carly my priority. Thera nodded. Don't worry, I don't have any illusions about this being easy. You know how long it took me to level earth magic after all. As for my charm, well, I'm hoping that as long as I only get up to level 1 or 2 in dark magic, it won't speed up my next level of charm too much. I only just got another during the trial. If it speeds me up by a couple of years, then hopefully I'll have a solution by then. She decided to put her faith in Ben, figuring it out like he promised he would. So long as he could come up with a solution in the next 20 years, then it probably wouldn't be an issue. And remembering the look in his eyes she knew he didn't intend for it to take so long. Thinking on how seriously he promised her, as well as the situation her mom had caused with the stunt she had pulled the previous night left Thera feeling complicated, and she was a little glad he was too busy to join her for her talk with her aunt. Hopefully, things would feel more normal to her by dinner. All right then, Funa said, pulling her from her thoughts. If that's the case, then let's get started. First things first, we'll need to work on your dark mana. What do you mean? I'm pretty sure I'm able to use dark mana fine. That's kind of my main problem. The dark mana you have is automatically being wrapped in charm, causing it to radiate out of you. If you could see the mana as clear as I do, you'd look like a star. First things first, you'll need to get a hold of your mana either before it gets its charm or remove it after. Neither option is better than the other, and once you get the hang of it, you'll be doing both soon enough. Okay, sounds good. Thera sat down and tried to do both options, neither feeling like it was working, but knowing she would need practice to get it. As she did her best, her aunt continued talking. Whether you get it or not, you'll also need to think about what sort of darkness spell you want to form. While I think you'll probably be exceptionally suited to fear since it's the same sort of mental manipulation spell as charm, I would personally advise you against it, at least until you have a level or 2 on you. It would be too easy for you to think you had it and try to put mana into it, only for you to accidentally be training your charm instead. As another option, I'll have you try shadow fog. With her words, darkness seemed to roll off of the Great Spirit, as if it really was a fog instead of an illusion that sapped the light around her. Your issue then, she continued, is making sure it has the proper shape to activate the spell. Funa's lessons continued on as Thera tried to absorb as much information as she could. Having a Great Spirit as a teacher was a boon few could hope for. She wouldn't let anything go to waste. The day had stretched on from morning till dinner, and by the time she was done her training, she couldn't wait to eat. She knew she was nowhere close to her goal, but that was okay. It was never going to be easy. As long as she didn't let it interfere with her earth magic practice, then she was happy to give it her full effort. When she walked to the dining room, she was surprised to find Glob and Carly already there and already fighting. I still can't believe you tried to kill me, Glob yelled. Well, maybe stop being the sort of person people would want to kill. Honest to God, your duplicate was much more bearable. Now both of you, I did warn you weren't ready for the trail, but what's done is done. Her mother reasoned with them. Why not put any unpleasantness behind you and look towards the future? Carrie looked embarrassed while Glob continued to fume. You're right, Pelania, I shouldn't have rushed into it. I'll try not to let it affect my work with him from here out. Easy for you to say, you bitch. You're not the one who was beaten half to death. Can't you be a little embarrassed at how easily you were beaten by something that was supposed to be your perfect copy? No. You both got the jump on me, how was I supposed to beat that? By being better, Carly said dismissively, and Thera thought Glob's head was about to explode from the comment. Thankfully Ben walked in, silly hat and all, and diffused the tension by bringing out dinner. Now, no fighting. I made a very special meal tonight, a little piece of my homeworld, so you all better get along and enjoy it. Oh right, Ben did say he wanted to make some foods from his homeworld for me to try. Wait, you made spaghetti? Carly yelled, once her plate was handed to her. I mean, I did say I'd do something about it, didn't I? Carly looked mortified, her face was flushed red. I thought that was just a part of my dream. Forget everything you saw and heard. Come on, it's not like I don't feel the same things. Now eat up, I spent all day figuring out how to make a pasta and red sauce. Pasta was easy enough, it's actually known in the world and there's plenty of plants that resemble grains and plenty of animals that lay eggs to make it with, but not a single thing resembling a tomato on the planet. You wouldn't believe how complicated it had to be to get the look and taste right. If you ever want it again, the head chef has the recipe, so just ask. Carly had a bite and had to take a moment to collect herself after her outburst. It's great. Thanks, Ben. With a firm pat on the shoulder and a smile when he saw how happy it left the other human, he took his seat and started eating. Thera felt a small stab of jealousy seeing Ben interact with his own kind and noticed her mother looking at her, grin plastered on her face. What? She mouthed, not in the mood for any more antics from her. Oh, nothing. She mouthed back, smile never leaving her lips. After dinner Carly and Glob went up first, Carly to hide some of the emotions welling up from getting a taste of home after so long, and Glob just needing to recover more from the vicious beatdown he received. Ben and Thera quickly followed, heading to their own rooms, but Ben faced a problem. Thera had seemed a bit out of sorts since the meal started. Everything okay, Thera? Did your training go well? Yeah, it was fine. No progress yet, but that's not shocking. Okay, how did you like the meal? It was alright, I guess. Just alright? Too bad, I'll have to try a bit harder to impress you next time. That at least got a little smile from her. Maybe it just wasn't to my taste. Mind if I ask you something? Of course. When you said you and Carly felt the same things over dinner, what were you talking about? Oh, that? Just that we both miss our homes and feel kind of screwed over to have been brought back to life just to fight and die. You know, the light and fun stuff I'm sure plenty of others summoned are dealing with. Oh, is that it? She seemed strangely relieved and he ventured to make a joke. You don't need to worry about losing your husband to another woman, I've only got my eyes on you, princess. He said it with a laugh, hoping to show he was just teasing, but when he looked over to her face was flushed and she wouldn't look at him. Don't be stupid, and enough with the princess nonsense. I need to get some sleep, so I'll see you in the morning. Sounds good, sleep well. Maybe that was a little too much? She seemed pretty uncomfortable from that and he felt bad, he just meant to have some fun. She was probably feeling a bit conscious of the issue of their engagement, at least Ben knew he was. Joking about it was going to be one of the ways he processed it, but he needed to make sure he didn't do it too much to bother Thera, or at the very least gauge her reaction. Next time there would be no princess comment at least, maybe doing both was a bit over the top. With Thera asleep though, it was time to take on a whole other issue and he ignored the door to his room, looping around to get back to Glob's and knocking on his door. I'm asleep. No lowworlders allowed. Open the door, Glob, or I'm coming in anyway. Good luck. It's actually locked this time. Oh no, a flimsy deadbolt, whatever will I do? Ben reached into his pocket and prepared 2 small tools he'd grabbed in advance, in case the gray decided to be difficult. A wedge and a pocket hammer. He might not know how to pick a lock, but there were plenty of ways to beat one, and he slid the wedge to the same height the bolt in his room between the door and its frame and gave it a quick and powerful blow with his hammer, breaking the bolt and letting himself in before anyone could peek out to see what had happened. The moment the door was closed though, Glob had him trapped, a barrier, completely encasing him like a mime in a box. Alright, looks like you got in. Now what do you want? I'm assuming you haven't spoken to your little gray friend since you woke up. What? No, are you an idiot? Never mind, of course you are. I told you they sometimes sneak out to hang out, it's not like they're constantly around. Come on, Globalgork buddy, I'm not falling for that again. Giving it some thought, the idea that a summoned hero could sneak off to another country for a few days without causing some sort of panic is ridiculous. I bet there'd probably be concerns about countries stealing each other's heroes too. Besides, you know I got you out of the trial, right? How did you think that happened? Who cares? I'm alive and don't get me wrong, I even appreciate it, but get the hell out. I was led, Glob. He told him, ignoring his fellow otherworlder. By another gray. I have no clue what you're talking about. Ben wasn't sure what a gray's body language was meant to convey, but WorldSpeak Plus must have had an effect on tone because he was sure if the little alien could he'd be sweating. Then let me spell it out for you. I know you're still in contact with your world. As the words left his mouth, another gray appeared. That's enough, Globalgork, we were hoping to get the chance to talk to you about what happened before anything came of it, but it looks like there's no such luck. So human, it said as it turned to address Ben. What matters is what you plan to do with this information. Nothing much, you guys have a means to get information this world presumably can't access, and as far as I can see you aren't bothering to share any of it. I'm just hoping you'd be willing to start helping out the world a bit. The alien stared silently at him for a moment, examining him before asking his question. Why? After stumbling upon us before we did the bare amount of looking into you. You were completely forgotten by the people and gods of this world. Why do you want to help them? Well, plenty of people also gave me their assistance too, not to mention as one of the suckers who has to live here now I'm rather invested in ensuring the planet survives. Understandable, I suppose, but that's still no reason to help you. Ben had expected resistance since he'd planned the encounter, but he'd come prepared with a few ideas in mind of what to do about it. I could tell people about you. I'm pretty sure if we all survived this, people would be pretty up in arms at the idea that you all just stood off on the sidelines and ate popcorn while people died. Maybe enough to act. What would that matter? There's nothing any of you could do about it anyway. the mystery gray said, filled with indifference. Maybe not us, but the gods could for sure. They've already shown they can grab souls from across realities. I doubt I need to explain any of the horrific implications of this. And what makes you think we aren't more powerful? The gods and rulers of our reality in our own right that could fight back? Call it a hunch. For some reason, you all seem to be invested in the Greys that came here enough to keep in touch. At this point, I don't know why you aren't doing more already. Besides, if you had the sort of power to do more than peek into other worlds, it seems like the sort of thing you'd have already done. Ben couldn't understand why, but the Grey seemed faintly amused by his argument. Did I get something wrong? It couldn't matter. He had to put on a strong front here. Your argument isn't built on the most stable of foundations, but very well. Final question. What makes you think I can't just have Glob kill you? Either hide the body from there or claim he was scared when you broke in and it was an accident from self-defense? A threat, the main thing he was waiting for. Something that could show these aliens weren't necessarily benevolent or peaceful. Let me answer you with my own question. You're familiar with the function of the cards we all got when we came to the world, right? Maybe also with different figures with any degree of power in this world? Ben asked him, pulling his own card out and hiding all but a single detail on it. I am. At his response, Ben's smile broke through and he slapped his card against Glob's barrier for the other alien to see. I'm the Apostle of Myriad, and my god's been watching the entire time. For the first time in their conversation, B felt the new Grey was genuinely surprised, but still managed to quickly make up its mind. Fine then, but I have one condition, human. One day I may ask for your help. When the time comes, I want you to hear out my request. Wait, that's all, just hear you out? This had gone far easier than expected. He still had other ways he wanted to argue and other threats to make. It was actually a little disappointing. That is all. He gave it a little thought before breaking into a smile. Sure, but since I'm already blackmailing you, how about I take just a little bit for myself? You know, it's a poor negotiator who tries adding extra conditions when a deal's done. We'll just call it the threatening to kill me tax. It's really nothing much, just come visit me once a month to answer some questions for me. Surprisingly reasonable and not too much additional work compared to making the world aware of us and giving our aid, but why? I'm a craftsman. You know how many things I want to try and make that I have incomplete knowledge on? I just want someone who can try to fill in the gaps so I can have some fun. The small alien almost seemed taken aback by the selfishness of the request, but quickly recovered. Very well, human, my name is Quillith. I can't promise things will work the same between realities, but if you prepare a list of questions for me each month, I'll have the answers for you by the next if possible. Sounds good, Quillith, I look forward to working with you. Why didn't you refuse him? Glob asked once Ben had left the room. Wasn't the plan for us to keep a lower profile for longer? Get a better idea of the situation? It doesn't matter, Quillith said. 2 more of our attempts failed, with a few others showing poor results so far. The final solution is looking more and more likely. We don't have the time to gauge the races of this world if we're going to survive. And you think he could help? Of all the summoned and native persons of interest we've been monitoring, he's one we believe has potential. Low potential, mind you, it will all depend on if he can keep his growth rate constant, but for now at least it wouldn't do us any harm to have a person who's soft and hard enough to try and help this world's chances to feel he owes us for our help. Besides, with the way everything's going, the sooner we accept it as a race and try to assist in this world's survival, the better our own chances will be. The real issue is that whoever was in charge of monitoring him seemed to ignore everything but the skills he'd developed as well as the speed he'd been growing them. Things could be inconvenient if the gods decided from our conversation that we're a threat to them. He felt pain pulse through his central nerve bundle. If the gods of this reality decided they were a threat, that could throw their whole future in jeopardy. Not to mention that he'd need to alert the others that it was time to finally present themselves to this world, and make contact with the leader of this nation in particular. He could only hope he would be well compensated for all the work that was about to begin. And that's what they said once you left, Myriad told Ben, explaining how the conversation between the Greys continued once he'd left the room. It could have been for show. Just putting on an act while they thought you were watching. I don't think so. I couldn't read Quillith's thoughts since his actual brain or whatever he has that acts as one resides in another universe at the moment, but in the case of Glob, he seemed to be in genuine distress when he was told more attempts failed, though he didn't think in clear terms on just what those plans were. Doesn't matter, I guess. Sounds like they're only going to want my help if they can't get someone better. That's basically a guarantee it won't be my problem. What? The silence Myriad was giving Ben spoke volumes. He just wasn't sure he knew what it was meant to be saying. Nothing, I just don't think you should sell yourself short. You just managed to blackmail an entire race into helping us, and they aren't wrong about your growth speed. Ben for his part was having none of it. I'm glad you think so well of me, but you heard their conversation, Myriad. It sounds like they were going to have to end up helping eventually. All I did was give them a little push and score a benefit for myself, and he was already thinking about how to use that. On the one hand, he still wanted to figure out some sort of weapon to keep himself safe, but on the other, he really wanted to increase his quality of life in the world. First and foremost, he wanted a shower. Wiping himself down with a warm bucket of water just didn't do it for him. Well, he wasn't actually given a limit on what he could ask. He fully intended on taking complete advantage of the little gray. Shaking himself from his fantasies, he got back on track. As for my growth, I'm not even at the point that all of my classmates arrived in the world at. I'm just shrinking the distance a little. I think being summoned amongst a group of people with nothing but awakened skills has left you incapable of appreciating just how hard they are to get, but whatever. You're on the right track for growing even stronger after completing the quest and getting your compensation from the other gods. You'll be done with your current job before you know it. Don't remind me. When I was told I'd be compensated, I thought that I might be getting a gift skill, maybe a blessing. Not just an extra 5 measly job levels. Every job you complete represents a permanent boost to your strength and potential. I wouldn't be so down about it. What's your current level anyway? 19. 8 from making the coat, 5 for the achievement, 5 for compensation, with 1 leftover he got in the middle of the trial, presumably from his actions causing a few more nations to compel some of their enchanters to convert. Even if it's the easiest bit, you're basically a fifth of the way there after a week. Speaking of, ready to hear about your new quest options? Absolutely. Hit me. Unfortunately, still nothing crazy exciting. Once again, I can give you the option of completing an achievement in my name for 5 job levels, growing my faith to an additional 100 believers for 20 job levels, or, well, that's it. Unfortunately, Ben actually had one more option: establish a holy land that would reward him enough that he could complete a job in a single go with the reward he would get. But after his stunt with the coat, Myriad wasn't willing to leave this task to Ben, no matter how fond of his apostle he was. Especially now that the boy had sacrilege, and had apparently managed to level it up by knowingly attacking an avatar of Analia, he shuddered to think what he might do with such a request. Better to ignore it and give it to a more reasonable apostle once Ben passed on in the future. The exact same 2 again? Man, I gotta say, that's pretty lame. If I'm not mistaken, for the ones following this, I should be able to give you one that would reward you with a skill level in one of your low-level skills, but you need to complete one of those 2 first. Okay, give me some time to think about it. Getting you 100 followers still seems ridiculous, but I can't imagine how I'm going to complete another achievement. Maybe if something conveniently falls into my lap like the trial again, I'll take that one. No rush. On a final note, I have a small request for you. Sure, what can I do? Let me inspect your soul. Ben instinctively took a step back. Oof, let the god that munches down on his believers' souls get a close look at mine. I like you, Myriad. I even count you among my friends in this world, but that sounds a little sketch. I don't eat my believers' souls. When you die, you'll have the option of merging with me rather than phasing to a different plane. Of course, I'm hopeful you'll choose that option, As the first being outside of my race, I'm sure it would be quite an honor for you and an interesting experience for myself, but worry about that when you're dead. No, I'm just concerned about the state of your soul, especially as it relates to some of the skills you've been developing recently. Wait, does this have to do with complex mind? As soon as he left the trial and spoke to his god, he asked if Myriad would be able to find some information on the skill, and it looked like it was paying off. Partially. You gained 3 rather rare skills in short order between getting hidden mind, tolerance, and complex mind. The newest one is especially worrying as from what I've seen, almost no other hominid types get that skill, instead getting ones like parallel thought or split thought. Is that bad? No skill acquisition is truly bad, not even sacrilege as much as I hate to admit that. Just odd is all, and worth looking into to be sure it's not related to any problems. What Myriad didn't tell Ben was the types of people who typically received those skills. Hidden mind was gained by mostly paranoids, fearing their thoughts being invaded. Complex minds seemed to only appear in hominid types when they'd reached a breaking point, causing their minds to split as opposed to through training, and even then it was considerably rare, and tolerance was gained when an apostle was so obsessed with their god they were willing to fight past the presence of their divinity just to gaze upon them longer. None of them were bad or harmful in any way. Unlike sacrilege, Ben wouldn't need to be concerned about people finding out he had those skills, many would even find them desirable. As well, Ben didn't display any characteristics that would make him worry he possessed the traits one normally would to gain those skills. There were perfectly reasonable explanations for why he had each of them, but nonetheless, Myriad worried. This was about his apostle's health and well-being, he didn't want to lose him so soon. Okay, fine, I trust you, so take a look, however you do that. Oh, don't worry, it will be quick and easy. Before Ben's eyes, he saw Myriad begin to open at the seams, and his mind refused to process what was inside. His brain didn't shut down, not really, but as Myriad unfolded it continued to simply blank out what it was seeing before him, even as Myriad came closer, enveloping him. Tolerance level increased. God damn, Myriad, I sure hope that was nothing, because you just raised my tolerance doing that. Not to mention left me with a pounding headache. What the hell did you do? When Myriad enveloped him, it was like he stopped being able to process information altogether, not an experience he was keen to repeat, even if it looked like doing so could train his tolerance. Not much, and don't worry. It looks like my concerns are unfounded, it's likely you just have a good compatibility with mind-type skills. Shouldn't be surprising since one of your blessed ones is focus, but it was still worth a check. So I'm good to keep leveling them up? Shouldn't be a problem. At this point, my only concerns are what you have planned with the Queen. Are you really going to take advantage of the situation like that? Hey now, she's the one that tricked me into getting engaged, I'm just trying to work things to my benefit a bit. I'm sure it won't be too crazy. You know, some might think she was trying to help you by creating a situation where you couldn't be approached by other nations. Maybe, Ben conceded. Or maybe she wanted to tie me closer to her people, since I'm currently the best one at making the resistance braces. Either way, Myriad, I won't go too crazy. Just want to take any advantage I can get. The next day over breakfast, Pelania looked exhausted, with Abras seeming surprisingly lethargic himself, and Ben could understand why. It seemed that the Greys had stayed true to their agreement, and shortly after he left them, Glob had gone to Pelinia's room and set up an immediate meeting. Discovering that there was an entire planet in another universe willing to provide aid in the form of knowledge and attempts to gain information on the invaders was far more than she'd expected to deal with in the middle of the night, and as a result she'd been swamped with emergency meetings without rest. Really, she would still be trying to do her best to sort out the information they were being given, as well as finding the best people to act as liaisons in her nation to interact with their new allies. But with her daughter set to leave in a few days, she wanted to at least make sure to get her meals with her. Ben, having a good idea of most of this information, simply did not care at the moment. So Mom, I was hoping we could talk about my engagement to Thera, he said, and causing Pelania no small amount of surprise by being addressed as such, though she tried to hide it. Oh? I sure hope you aren't feeling any displeasure about this turn of events, Ben. You did such a lovely gesture to my daughter. No breaking her heart. Mother, please, Thera begged. Can you just put an end to this? I doubt many citizens in the nation would be surprised to know you set that up as a joke. No can do. Unless you find another nice man, I'd prefer you have this option kicking around. Besides, you don't seem too resistant, Thera. What do you say? I could have a ceremony set up before you'd leave the country, and when you get back to Stonewall, you could work on giving me my first grandchild. I'm personally hoping your first is a boy, but a granddaughter would be great too when I think of how cute you were as a baby. And I'm personally hoping to have some peace for my last little bit home, but I guess that's not going to happen either, Thera sighed. Anyway, Ben spoke up, trying to get the conversation on track. I don't have any problem being engaged to your daughter. She's a wonderful girl and it's not like I'm involved with anyone else. The Queen smiled in genuine joy hearing that while Thera tried to ignore the blood rushing to her face. Even though she knew what Ben was up to, it didn't make it any less embarrassing to hear. Well, isn't that wonderful? Maybe we really should do the ceremony after all. I think it would be best to wait a bit, he told her, looking at Thera laying face down on the table trying to ignore them. I'm not sure how if Thera would be able to handle it if that talk continued, and we still haven't known each other long. The trial really went to show how much more we have to learn before we should actually tie the knot. Oh, fair enough, boring choice though. Sometimes it's better to let the passion take you in the heat of the moment. But very well, if you don't want to try and break it off or wed immediately, then what did you want to talk about? Simple really, just a custom from my world I was hoping you'd fulfill, just to really make me feel part of the family. The Queen hesitated. On one hand, she'd just demonstrated the folly that comes with participating in unknown customs without considering the consequences, but on the other, she very publicly approved of the boy as well. She couldn't exactly turn him down, especially when she was genuinely hoping to have him as a son-in-law. May I perhaps hear the custom first? Of course, it's nothing too crazy. Just having the parents of the bride provide a dowry to help the couple start their lives together. It wasn't even strictly a lie. Sure, it wasn't really a practice in his part of the world, but plenty of parents would help their children with such things. Pelania sighed. She could see a mile away where this was going, the only question was how much was he hoping to get. And what, may I ask, would be an appropriate one? Oh, it doesn't have to be anything too crazy, he told her, nothing but smiles. Just give whatever you think Thera is worth, of course. In the end, Pelania agreed but said she would need some time to decide what would be appropriate. Once that was settled, she would have it sent to Sonia's home to collect. Once that business was complete, Ben spent the last of his time updating the enchantments on Thera's brace, while continuing to make more for any people of status who needed access to some. It seemed that many of the embassies he'd already produced some for had learned he would be leaving soon, and due to the terms of his patent wouldn't be called upon to make more as he was expecting to remain anonymous, even though he'd done a poor job in keeping his identity to himself. Still, now that the Queen of the nation had essentially claimed him as her own, they wouldn't be able to get more made themselves unless they were able to negotiate through her to make time, or else raise up their own enchanters enough to do the same. Since neither was guaranteed to happen very quickly, that meant that anyone in enough authority in one of Anilia's allied nations wanted to get one made while they could, for the convenience of not needing a cloak every time they had to travel or work in a different country. Ben was happy to accommodate. Even though it kept him busy for the remainder of his time in the country, he'd managed to grow past his concern for how much he was making through his work, and as a result of his level up in enchanting was able to get the braces completed even faster. While all of this was going on, Thera was still trying to squeeze in as much training with Funa as she could. Though the dark spirit had been right that she wouldn't be able to achieve much in that time, what mattered was that she learned the information to put to use and continue her training when she returned to Stonewall. With what little time they had between both their tasks, Ben made time to paint the family portraits he'd been asked to when they first arrived, a greater task than he'd expected when he'd seen just how big Pelania wanted them, as well as explored the city with Thera, taking advantage of the size of the city and his newfound wealth to pick up numerous books on the various disciplines he was practicing as well as anything else that caught his interest. Once they'd accomplished as much as they'd hoped to, it was finally time to say goodbye. Ben looked to Pelania and Abris. "Welp, Mom, Dad, thanks for having us. Gotta say it's been interesting at least." "Oh, come here you," the Queen said, pulling him into a hug with her and her husband. "Make sure you look after Thera. I know she can be a handful, but she's a real softie on the inside." "Okay, enough of the tearful goodbye," Thera said, grabbing Ben and dragging him away from her parents. "I didn't think you insisting on calling them Mom and Dad would have this sort of effect on them. I would have stopped you if I'd seen this coming." "Hey now, my lovely bride-to-be, I just want to get along with the in-laws." Thera just sighed and shook her head. Over the past week she'd gotten pretty used to those sorts of comments from him, but she really hoped he'd stop having so much fun with it soon. She still felt weird about the whole thing and she'd have to make her mother announce it was a joke on her part one day anyway. Though that might be harder with the whole dowry thing. She was sure her mom wouldn't go too crazy, but she could never be sure with her. "Anyway, it was nice to see you both, despite everything. If I ever come home again, please act a bit more reasonably in the future, okay? Now Thera, it's good to joke around a bit, keeps life entertaining," her father said with a laugh. "Life is short after all," says the man who's long forgot how long he's existed for. She sighed, knowing her parents would never change. "Well, I'll write to you about whatever happens, okay? Let me know about any craziness that occurs in the nation while I'm gone." Well, maybe keep an eye out on the news for the next little while. You're going to hear a pretty big announcement soon. Nothing to worry about, it's actually very good news, I just can't exactly talk about it yet," her mother told her, trying to come off as cool and mysterious. "Okay?" she responded, curious, but aware that her mother had an obligation to keep some information to herself as the queen of the nation, even when it was clear she wanted to be asked. Ben was pretty much certain it had to do with the alliance with the Greys, of which he had yet to tell Thera of his involvement in. He wasn't sure if Quillith had told the Queen about the part he'd played, but she didn't seem aware of it at least. Well, not my problem. He thought to himself, happy to ignore whatever politics were going on in the background of the world. "So you're really heading out to Carly?" he asked her, seeing her and Funa packed and ready to go on their own trip. "Well, you were right before, there's really no reason I couldn't take the time to visit some of our classmates after all of this time. It would be good to see them before preparations for the invasion really kick into gear." His former classmate seemed more cheerful now that she was taking the time to see the people she cared about, and Ben wished her the best. "Well, make sure you give them my regards. Let them know if they ever get the time they should stop in at Fox Shop in Stonewall. I'm sure I wouldn't be able to make anything as good as what a nation could prepare, but I'd be sure to give them some hospitality." "Will do, maybe I'll even visit myself." After walking through the gate, they didn't spend as much time searching around, both feeling ready to return home to Stonewall. In that spirit, they got on the first cart they could rent and made their way home. "So you okay, Thera? Gonna miss your family?" "The opposite. After all of that, I'm going to be looking forward to having some time away from them again." She hesitated a moment before continuing. "Though it was nice seeing them while we were there. At least when they weren't acting too crazy and getting us wrapped up in whatever dumb plans they made." Well, you know what they say, distance makes the heart grow fonder and all that." Still, it looked like Dad was having a tough time saying goodbye. "Do you really have to call them that even when they aren't around?" It wasn't a custom of her nation for a husband to accept the bride's family as his parents. Accept them as family, of course, but one would normally never hear them being addressed as casually as Ben was. Not to mention it just felt weird. Okay, I guess I can stop for now." "Your mom seemed happy with it though. She was probably taking it as a positive sign that you would actually marry into the family with the way you'd been treating them for the last week." "Hey now, she's the one who put me in the position, I'm just playing my part. Not to mention it sounds like she'll send the dowry to Sonia's once she figures out something good, gotta make sure she gets her money's worth of the son-in-law experience. He laughed it off as Thera rolled her eyes under her hood. Seeing her parents really was too much, it would be good to be home. Leahy paced around while Ben sat down, waiting for his lesson for the day. He'd been there for a couple of weeks at this point, and his caretaker had informed him the day before just how important this one was to know, but she hadn't actually gone so far as to tell him what it would be on. Leahy, what's with all the suspense? You're making me nervous here. Sorry. It's just a complicated topic, I want to convey its importance to you properly. Still, I shouldn't put it off any longer. Today I'm going to tell you what we know about the invaders. The invaders, the entire reason his classmates' souls had been summoned for a second chance at life after they died. So far, Ben's knowledge of them consisted of the fact that they'd conquered hundreds of worlds, and the survivors who had managed to escape all came together to form a united front together here, but beyond that he didn't know anything. Pass. What do you mean pass? You can't just pass on learning this. The only real benefit to being completely forgotten about is I won't need to fight on the front lines. What am I going to do with this info? It's not like I'll be revealing some deep secrets to you or anything. This is stuff everyone knows. When you make your own way in the world, it would be strange if you didn't, especially once the invasion starts. He could see the logic to that, even if it felt like letting himself get sucked in deeper to the world's events and coming war. Okay, fair enough I guess, but if everyone knows what's stressing you out so much about it. These sorts of things need to be conveyed properly. Anyway, despite all the build-up, there's unfortunately little to say. The attack was structured the same across each world it happened on. When it began on each planet, it started with 333 beams of light marking various places in the world where the invasion would take place. From there, after some time gates would open at each point and the attacks would start coming through in waves. Each time it's the same. The first has nothing but wild beasts pouring through. Demons, as some have taken to calling them. They seem nearly mindless in ways, but they're brutal, savage, and powerful. They alone are responsible for taking out most worlds. Wait, how bad are they that you have packs of animals taking over worlds? Unfortunately, their power isn't the biggest issue, it's their numbers. Each gate can pour out millions of them. It simply isn't manageable for many races, especially considering that they'll scatter about once they get out to continue to cause untold death and destruction. The fact that some managed to hitch rides to this world with the various gods who were simply trying to save as many of their people as they could is already a horrific issue to deal with, but at least provides the opportunity for first-hand training. So there's already some of those monsters on this world? Great. He thought dryly as he listened and waited for Leahy to continue. As for the second wave, that's when their main force comes, at least what we think the main force is. Either way, it's the one composed of their sapients, an almost undying group that seems intent on causing as much death and destruction as they can. From the accounts we have recorded and the words of our gods, it seems that they won't spare anyone or anything, instead paving a trail of chaos across the world. Scary and all, but what do you mean by undying? While it was interesting at least, Ben found himself having trouble connecting to what he was being told. Despite that, he ended up curious enough to want to learn more, in the same sense one would want to learn a game or book's lore as opposed to the history of a world. Leahy luckily was happy to teach, regardless of the form his curiosity took. We've seen examples of them using enough magic to know that their race as a whole is able to learn every type, but it seems that in particular, they will always have access to either life or death magic. As a result, they will heal their wounds at terrifying rates, or make it so they won't succumb to their injuries until one of their life mages heals them. It leads to them seeming almost unkillable unless their bodies are thoroughly destroyed. Finally, there's the third wave, just as bad as the second, but they seem to include their best of the best. At least we hope that's what they are. She finished in a smaller voice. And after that? Leahy only shook her head. No world's made it that far. Hopefully nothing. From what we've seen, it seems like their race is strangely fixated on the number 3 as a whole, with the 333 gates, and what we suspect of being 333 days on their homeworld taking place between each attack, but it's hard to say. Maybe they're ready to attack us 333 times too for all we know, and we've just never had a chance to find it out, or maybe they'll never stop attacking. 3 waves of attacks were enough to bring down worlds. Horrifying in so many ways, but Ben still felt an emotional distance from it all. Maybe it was because he didn't grow up worrying about this, maybe it was due to the short time he'd found himself on the world. Whatever it was, after hearing all of that he at least had the common sense to hope it would be closer to the 20 years instead of the 3. So the plan is just what? Keep fighting and hope for the best? Pray that we can survive 3 waves and that they'll just stop once the 3rd is done? That kind of feels disgustingly optimistic. This world is more advanced as a whole than the majority of the worlds that had fallen, and thanks to the system in place the strength of an average individual is far greater than in the past as well, but I can't say I know anything about the plans being formed. All I know is that essentially every nation in this world has spent hundreds of years trying to come up with countermeasures. If any world was going to succeed, it would be this one. Ben Heff. Our titular chaotic craftsman, or at least he's beginning to grow into the role. While his beginnings in the world were a rocky start, being unneeded and forgotten about by the nations that took in his classmates, he's managed to start making a home for himself and work he enjoys. Through the constant training of his skills and a little luck, some of his abilities have increased at a startling rate, but because he compares himself to his classmates who all managed to arrive in the world with their abilities in an already awakened state, he doesn't view his own progress as very impressive. While thinking about his life on Earth and his family is still painful for him, he's trying to move past it the best he can, having made friends in the world to spend his time with. Though he's only been on the world for about a year, it ended up being far more hectic than he ever would have hoped for, almost dying on multiple occasions, and having to both fight to save his new town as well as take the trial of a god in short order. If he were to give any thought to how crazy his time had been so far, he would likely tell himself that his classmates probably had it worse, having to train to protect the world from a coming threat and all, but how accurate is that actually? Cecily. Cecily is the current head of the Stonewall Adventurers Guild, as well as the other 3 guilds it will act as in a limited capacity. She harbored guilt about how the situation with Roan worked out, knowing it was her own guild's failings that let things get out of hand, and that it was ultimately Farah that paid the price for it. She's long acquainted with Falk, ever since he made his shop in Stonewall, as he would occasionally take quests for monsters he wanted the materials from. She also occasionally purchases from his shop. Falk. An 8-foot-tall snow-white yeti with a top knot. The only skills Ben is currently aware he has are blacksmithing, alchemy, enchanting, and earth magic, though there are undoubtedly more, he just keeps them close to the chest. While he had no interest initially in taking a student, he was forced into it by misjudging Ben and giving a task that was within the realm he could accomplish. Despite his misgivings, he's grown to find training Ben to be an interesting experience, getting to see how the boy solves problems and watching him develop being more satisfying than he initially expected. Father Yin. The head priest of the communal church Ben was summoned to with an appearance best described as a lizard man, Cyclops. A kind-spirited older man, when he learns that Ben is left behind doesn't hesitate to do his best to help him, though he's more than willing to be strict on the priests that work under him to keep them in line. Frederick. A potted tree about 3 feet tall and with lovely purple leaves. It will produce berries every few months, and Ben uses it to train his connect skill. Since this act has given him access to the tree tamer job, he's fairly sure he managed to tame it, though he doesn't understand what that means since it's a plant. John. A named classmate of Ben, being mentioned all the way back in Chapter 1 and having no impact on the story since. Sorry John. Leahy. The priest put in charge of Ben when he's first summoned and one of the oldest members of the communal church she's part of, though she doesn't look it. While at first, she finds Ben's constant skepticism annoying, she's distraught when nobody takes him in and dedicates herself wholeheartedly to teaching him everything she can to help him make his home in the world. Though well-educated and having years of experience behind her, she can occasionally display traits that make her seem much younger than she is. Combine that with her youthful looks and it can occasionally causes problems for the church. Myriad. The titular cube that Ben worships. A god of a long-dead race, Myriad's people decided to destroy their world when they were invaded, rather than let it fall into enemy hands. Myriad has the unique characteristic among the gods of absorbing the souls of his believers and incorporating them into himself. Taking advantage of the fact that Ben was forgotten to get him as his first believer in centuries, he does his best to support his apostle as a god, even if he isn't always happy with the choices Ben makes. Still, since his number of believers has increased to over a dozen in a short amount of time, thanks to Ben's work and discoveries, he won't complain too much. Not much is known currently about his original race, other than that members could mentally connect to each other by linking subbrains in their tentacles, but Ben is likely to learn more as he grows closer to his god. Ankh. A faceless hominid type working as a guild employee in Stonewall. They're well acquainted with all of the adventurers in town and have a good reputation. They feel guilty about the situation Thera found herself in due to guild negligence, and as a result always tries to give her the best service they can while telling off anyone she hears spreading rumors. Sakhel. A member of Sko's party, she fills the role of a healer with her life magic, but at the same time also works on her water and earth magic in the hope that one day she'll be able to awaken her skills to plant magic. With that goal in mind, she converts to Myriad shortly after talking to Ben about it to try and get the connect skill, and hopefully get the chance to get the tree tamer job to improve her odds. She is a mixed breed of Dryad descent. Steph. Having become friends with Ben during some art classes back on Earth, she finds herself worrying about how he's managing alone while she still struggles to adapt to the situation herself. Her training is progressing smoothly, partly in thanks to forcing an agreement between two nations when they were selecting to let her train together with her friend so she wouldn't need to face an entirely new world alone. Sonia. Sonia is a succubus. Aunt to Thera, sister to Pelania and friend of Fox, though she'd like to be more one day. She trained hard for years, not just to raise her life magic to make her a competent healer, but also getting her charm to level 6 so she would be able to properly suppress it. She acts as one of the healers in Stonewall and is well respected in the community for her dedication to her work. Sko. A four-armed warrior whose fighting style involves using both a pair of swords and shields, he harbors a strong protectiveness towards other adventurers. Though he knows the line of work carries risks, he doesn't want anyone he's acquainted with to die needlessly. It's this attitude that led him try to get Thera to give up adventuring, as well as protect Ben from her. Raylia. A Naga woman who is in a party with Sko and Sakhel. Not much else is known about her at the present, though that will change as the story progresses. Roan. A hominid type with insect-like characteristics, he's best described as a tamer and an asshole. After constantly ignoring Thera's warnings and getting himself exposed to her passive magic, it eventually leaves him completely insane to the point he thought it would be a good idea to try to stop an attack on the town he very openly caused to try and win her heart. Thera Oris. A mixed breed of both succubi and earth spirit heritage, Thera is the first of her kind and suffers the consequences of learning exactly what that fact means. While her spirit heritage gives her so much mana she can't control the earth magic she's born with in a meaningful way, the charm magic from her succubi heritage has the opposite problem, running out of control to the point that an average person to come in contact with her risks losing their mind should exposure be long enough. As a result, she's used to avoiding people, doing her best to not get too close to anyone but her family until she meets Ben, and after a bit over a month of working together learns he has the qualities to completely ignore her passive magic. Because of this, and his genuine desire for friendship, she's forced to learn how to interact with someone as a friend for the first time, without needing to worry about keeping a safe distance. Though Roan's obsession with her proved to be a danger to the town she'd started to make her home, she was able to overcome him with Ben's help and grow stronger for it. Shortly after, she returns to her homeland with Ben so her mother, Queen of the Succubi, can provide him with assistance for something that could help all their race, as well as her in particular, a way to block passive magics. Through a series of events, she's forced to take the trial of her god and comes out victorious. Later during a celebration of that event, her mother manipulates things, putting her in a situation where she has to engage her new friend and filling her with complicated emotions as a result. Will. Ben's classmate and friend. Coming to this world with skills like unarmed master, enhanced strength, and tough skin, he's appeared with the traits to be an impressive fighter. He's one of the summoned that are most accepting of learning they died on Earth and getting a second chance as a fighter in another world, and he's excited to see just how his new abilities can be used. Abris. The Great Earth Spirit. After surviving the loss of his world with the other great spirits and all the regular spirits they could save, he settled on the new world for thousands of years before meeting and eventually falling in love with Pelania. As a result of the system put on him and all of the other spirits when they joined the world, he unknowingly gained an ability all other races had to one extent or another. Sexual reproduction. While far different from a spirit's normal means of reproduction, where groups of them would divide off pieces of their living mana, forging it into a new spirit, it seems to be a side effect of one of the aspects designed into the system itself, the ability to produce offspring across the various races, despite potential physiological, biological, or chemical differences that would normally prevent such a thing. With both a playful yet protective personality, he's discovered aspects of himself he did not realize he was capable of, such as romantic love and parental affection. The later he learns with the birth of his daughter, the first half-spirit, Thera. Analia. Goddess of the succubi. A goddess of love and seduction. Her husband was Talona, a god of unity and strength, specifically emotional strength, who died fighting off invaders to help his people escape. One of the few gods who managed to save a large population of their race, the succubi number in the low millions as a result of the structure of her trial being convenient for taking in a large number of residents and supporting their population. As a result of this, no matter how much help she has for these tasks, she cannot always be aware of the events facing her people unless she is informed by her apostle or they are of great urgency. Much like all larger gods, it is also impractical for her to attempt to bestow all of her believers with blessings and gift skills as a result of the attention it would require to determine the believer's character. Instead, she opts to use her trial and watches for any figures who demonstrate the best ability to use her gifts. Funa. The great spirit of darkness who escaped her world along with Abris and the others. While at this time she has no desire to try to produce a child with one of the other races that inhabit the world, she has a great fondness for Thera, loving her as her niece and seeing in her the potential future for spirits as a whole. She's long wanted to help her niece attempt to raise her charm to a level where it would be manageable. As a being with no definite lifespan as well as knowing Thera is in for a long one herself, she's sure it will be a path that is taken eventually, and sees no harm in getting it out of the way as soon as possible, but will respect Thera's wishes on the matter. After heroes were summoned from other worlds to raise their number of Tier 2 magic and combat skill users, she is asked by Pelania to help train Carly, a Tier 2 skill user with Dark Empress magic, and agrees for the friendship between them and her long history with Abris. Furila. An incubus with an awakened barrier magic skill. As it is rare to have an awakened non-affinited magic skill, him handling Glob's training was without doubt from the time the Grey's skills were discovered. Globalgork. A creature that would be known as a Grey on Earth, he's one of a separate group of summoned heroes who came with the skill barrier mastery. He came from a race that through their technological advances is able to peer into other universes, as well as project themselves into them, seemingly as a way of pranking the residents of other worlds, but how true that is remains to be seen. As a result, after being summoned, he maintains a relationship with his homeworld, reporting on the events that take place regularly and giving his own interpretations of what he sees. Pelania. The Queen of the Succubi and Thera's mother. She gained her role as queen after quickly conquering the trial with Abris, much to her god's amusement. With a personality that can range from playful to scheming, she's more than happy to try and manipulate events as she sees fit, though she does have the best of intentions while doing it, regardless of what others may think. Has a not insignificant interest in tying Ben to her nation, as well as forcing him to make her daughter happy. Carly. Ben's former classmate. Has an advanced form of dark magic, Dark Empress magic. When she first joined the nation of Analia, she went through many of the same emotional struggles that Ben did, but has been receiving mental support, as well as creating her own through her goal of completing the trial to become a candidate for the throne. Though she ultimately failed, she doesn't mind too much, having gotten the chance to talk with Ben and deciding to take a trip to see some of the friends she's missed instead. Mark. Ben's younger brother and a sporty kid who loves attention. He would spend great deals of time with Ben while he was still alive on Earth. Vividus. Great life spirit. Vivi for short. Not much is known about her currently other than the fact that she's the one who came up with the plan to create more powerful half-spirits and attempting to create something called a soul spirit with the great death spirit Nox. She does not get along well with Thera. Nox. Great death spirit. Lives in the Death Mountains and attempting to create a soul spirit with Vividus. Does not get along with Thera. Incetus. Great fire spirit. Attempting to produce a half-spirit with a fire affinity fairy. Does not get along with Thera. Genin. Great air spirit. Attempting to create a half-spirit with a member of the Fulgur race in the hopes of taking advantage of their natural lightning magic. Does not get along with Thera. Quillith. An alien that still lives in an alternate universe who watches over Glob. Ben convinced him to supply him with the information he wants once a month. As they made their way back to Stonewall by carriage and only a few hours from home after long days of travel, Ben eventually nodded off, finding himself in Myriad's realm. "What's up, Myriad?" he asked, it being the first time in a few days he'd seen his god. "Managed to find a better quest for me?" "You've got what you've got, I'll have more when you complete the next one." UHG, but the options are lame. Why do I even have completing an achievement in your name again? That's going to be a permanent option from now on. Anything that spreads my name and makes me look good is worth rewarding after all. Fine. In that case, was there something up or were you just looking to hang for the last legs of my trip home? The benefit of Myriad visiting him while he slept was that he got to squeeze a bit more time out of the day at least. He couldn't really do anything with it, but at least his mind got to be active. "Nothing too much, I was just hoping when you get back you'll make some time to visit Sakhel. I was able to give her my gift skill a few days ago. I'm sure she'll be happy to receive some guidance on it from someone who's already managed to level it up a fair bit." "Okay, sure, but in exchange it's time for you to fulfill a promise." Myriad could instantly tell what Ben wanted, it was positively leaking from his mind. A race once created an item that had managed to ascend to the realm of gods, and Ben had been surprisingly patient getting the story from him. Yes, you want the story of the race that got an item beyond mythic, and just what they made, right?" "Yes please, your shininess." Myriad didn't need the buttering up, but it was a nice change of pace, compared to Ben's regular attitude. He could only imagine how his follower would react to the reveal. "Well, the answer to both is you're looking at it and you're looking at it," the cube said smugly, pride rolling off of him. "Wait, you mean?" "That's right. Mine was the proud race that pierced into the realm of gods. What do you think? Impressed at all?" It was what Myriad was expecting at least, but instead he just felt pity coming from his apostle. "Sure they did, buddy," Ben said kindly. "I bet your race was great in their heyday." "They really were." "Is it that hard to believe?" "Well, before didn't you say your race didn't even produce technology? Seems like that would be kind of important." "They didn't produce it the same way others did. My race were masters of ritual magic. We may not have had stoves or swords, but we produced a variety of things through magic you couldn't dream of." "Okay, fine if you say so. So what did they make then that's so impressive?" "Me." "Come again?" "The body you see before you was originally a shell of sorts, meant to host the souls of the deceased in an artificial paradise. It took the collective brainpower and technique of millions of my kind to make it possible, and pulled from all branches of magic to boot." "Wait, so are there blueprints for you?" Ben asked, starting to salivate and staring at Myriad like he was a fine meal, or worse, something to be dissected. I mean, not really, but since the knowledge exists, I'm the minds of the people who made me, I could probably make some. As Myriad spoke, Ben held his hand out, clearly indicating his desire, and Myriad broke down, trying to arrange the information on his own construction in such a way that it would be possible for the brain structure of a hominid type to understand it, and ended up with a large book, as thick as Ben's head. Ben immediately grabbed it and began to pore through it, still asking questions as he read. So how does something that sounds like a magic matryoshka brain eventually become a god? Originally, it probably would have been considered an upper legendary or lower mythic item, but it, or should I say I, got 2 boosts that helped my development to godhood. As time went on, the souls residing in me began to merge into one being due to the inherent properties of my race, and seeing this, the original gods of my world decided to join with it too. This act pushed my being past something that could exist in the physical universe, while at the same time granting me divinity, and cementing my godhood. It sounded to Ben like his god's race had managed to make a mythic item, and their original gods had been the ones to actually push it past that, but making a mythic grade item was impressive enough. He felt a little bad for Myriad because now that he was aware of this, he was going to be summoned consistently until he finished reading the blueprints and make sure his questions were answered whether his god liked it or not. So what's ritual magic anyway? Ben asked as he tried to decipher some of the initial concepts that the entire structure seemed to be based on. You're the only person I've heard mention it on the planet. It was more important to the various races across the galaxy before they were all forced here and had the system put in place. It was basically a means of making more powerful and complex spells by having multiple mages construct them together. With the system though, individuals can gain immense strength through their own efforts and learn to manage more complex spells, so it's fallen out of fashion. Fair enough, if you can accomplish the same thing on your own, then that's probably better anyway. Well, I wouldn't say you could exactly accomplish the same thing on your own, and there's no reason rituals can't be used in tandem with the system, it just adds a layer of difficulty. Sure, mages now can definitely use their skills easier and better than a typical group practicing ritual magic, where they may have had to shape spells with something like 3 to 20 people, but my race were experts at the craft. You could go so far as to say it was our specialty. What made you guys so good at it then? A couple things. If we were to talk in terms of levels, a standard member of my race would typically have the zeroth or first in about 5 different affinities of magic by adulthood, with many having all of them. Second, compared to other races who would have to carefully plan things out and practice their rituals, we were able to link our minds unendingly as long as we connected our sub-brains. Our rituals would involve hundreds to thousands of people working together to achieve our common goal. No offense, Myriad, but if your people were so great, why did you have to destroy your planet instead of just fighting off the invaders? Well, first of all, most other races couldn't blow up their planet even if they wanted to. That's the biggest ritual my people ever managed. Secondly, that's how much of a threat they are. They can throw unending waves at a world and sacrifice untold numbers to claim it. No matter what we or any other world would try, eventually we'd just run out of people. Taking as many of them out with us as we could was the optimal outcome. And you gods don't know any race that's defeated them? We know of races who haven't been attacked. Those living in gas giants, some that live in the hearts of stars, and the few that make their homes in the void between them, but none of us are aware of any terrestrial worlds that have held them off. If there are any, their planet would be deep in invader territory by this point, potentially still having to fight. Then how exactly are we supposed to win? Ben found himself thinking. His god declined to answer despite Ben knowing full well he heard it, and he tried to put the matter to the side himself, instead focusing on the blueprints Myriad gave him to read and looking forward to arriving home. It had been about a month and a half since Ben and Thera had gone off to Analia, and both Falk and Sonia were feeling their absence. Sonia was finding her empty house a bit too lonely without Thera there to see each day, and while Falk was more productive with his work without Ben around, not needing to spend time teaching the boy and answering his questions, he found himself strangely missing the chance to watch the fledgling craftsman grow, as well as seeing how the boy would solve the problems he faced. Since they both found themselves in need of some company, Falk had been coming over to enjoy some late dinners with Sonia at her suggestion. Before his workload increased from his clients' orders, he'd typically join her and Thera for a meal or two a week anyway. They'd just bumped it up while the other two were away. He was grateful too. He had gained the cooking skill long ago, as most who would prepare their own meals tended to do, but he never put much work into it, leaving it permanently at a low level of 1. Sonia, on the other hand, had a respectable 4 as a result of constantly trying to make nice meals for herself and Thera, not to mention the years she'd spent cooking for the party back in their old adventuring days, and Falk could definitely taste the difference the skill made. No matter how many times he ate it, it tasted nostalgic to him, bringing back memories of when he had finished his training as both a smith and an alchemist, still going out into the wilds to collect new materials for his crafts. "I hope you're enjoying it," Sonia said, pulling him from his thoughts. "Everything you cook's always excellent, you know. Getting a free meal is a treat." Her face lit up with a gentle smile, as it so often did when she was complimented, and Falk couldn't help but feel a bit scraggly in comparison. Sonia would at least make the effort to change into something nice for their dinners, while Falk typically just came from the shop, wearing the same things he'd spent the day forging in. Maybe for the next one, he would at least go to the trouble of running a comb through his fur to look a little more presentable. "You know, if you like my cooking so much, you could always eat it more. We're back," Thera called out as she opened the door, interrupting whatever Sonia was going to say. Falk wasn't positive on what sort of face she was making. Even after all of these years together, he wasn't a master of the subtleties of a succubus's facial expressions, but it quickly turned into a smile as she got up to greet them, to which Falk joined her. "It's good to have you back, Thera. The house has been too empty without you," Sonia spoke as she pulled her niece into a hug. "And Ben, aren't you looking sharp? Is that new?" "What, this old thing?" Ben asked, gesturing to the coat he was wearing that Falk couldn't tear his eyes from. "I made it while we were there. It's kind of a funny story. "Well, sit down and tell it immediately, boy," he said, grabbing Ben and pulling him to a chair to explain himself. There was no way he could have made it. It wouldn't make sense with what he was seeing, but he'd be downright excited to be proven wrong. He turned back to look at the coat his student was wearing again and couldn't help but grin at what his various higher-level skills were showing him. First Church or Myriad. Fire Affinity Warming Enchantment, 9th level. Water Affinity Cooling Enchantment, 9th level. Myriad's Essence? Item Grade Lower Ultra Rare. After Ben and Thera caught Sonia and Falk up on what had occurred while they were gone, both of them could only stare on in disbelief. Sonia looked like she'd gotten a migraine after the conversation, while Falk nursed his head in his hands. "Well, first things first, looks like I should apologize for sending you both out there. I know she can be a handful, but I never expected things to get this bad. Pelania, what in Anilia's name are you doing to your daughter?" Sonia muttered to herself. "Seems she's let herself grow too unrestrained without me there. So anyway, what about the coat caught your fancy, Falk?" Ben asked, changing the subject. "Tell me it's upper uncommon, give me the news of my dreams." The boy was looking at him with unrestrained expectations. He knew he'd made a quality item and couldn't wait to get his teacher's appraisal. Falk could only sigh. "Boy, that," he said while gesturing to Thera's armband, "was upper uncommon. Your coat is lower ultra rare." He could see the boy's jaw instantly drop and he couldn't blame him. "Ultra rare?" he asked hesitantly. "Wasn't that the sort of thing I wouldn't be expected to manage unless I could make rare items consistently? Best I can bet is you must have forced it using your god's essence. The quality of materials is gonna play a part on the outcome after all, and you managed to make use of what could well be described as one of the rarest and most fickle materials to work to your will. Probably also why you got a couple levels in crafting. Making an ultra-rare item at your level is so far above what's expected for you, the system probably had no choice but to compensate. I wouldn't be surprised if you were close to leveling up again after that. Come on, Falk, you must be exaggerating a little there. Boy, if you managed to make that while at level 9 your skill would have immediately awoken, And if you had just started your crafting job you would have gotten enough experience to complete it instantly. His teacher told him, dead serious. For someone with the crafting skill like you, it wouldn't be expected to even have the potential to make an item that good until you'd already awoken it, and likely not until you had completed 2 of your crafting path jobs and gained access to at least high Craftsman. That's not even getting to what the boy figured out for his Connect skill. Shame it sounds like he didn't get any rest. Now that he's back, I'm working him to the bone. Falk thought to himself with a toothy grin before turning his attention back to Thera. So did you have any luck getting dark magic then? He asked his niece, but she just shook her head. You know how long it took me to get a single level in earth magic. I doubt it will be any time soon. True, but back then you couldn't move your mana at all. I'd say you're in a much better place to succeed at the moment. Well, I can hope at least. Speaking of though, I know you've been giving me Ben in the mornings, but do you think I could just take him for the weekend instead? Divorcing me already? He asked jokingly, though not understanding why she didn't want to hunt with him each day anymore. You're looking to get hit. I just thought it would be better to give you more time to work on your own skills instead of monopolizing so much of your time. With my earth magic at 3 right now, I'm at a better place than I ever could have hoped for, so I was thinking I could use 5 days a week to try and work on acquiring other magics. Plus, if we go for hunts 2 days back to back, we could go farther into the woods and camp out instead of these smaller excursions, and hopefully get better creatures. I think it would be a win-win all around. As long as you aren't hunting on your own, I don't mind. Probably good to give the boy some more hands-on training right now as well, especially considering that his enchanting is a high enough level I could start training him on some more complex techniques. His student had come back so much more interesting after all, it would be a shame not to put him to the test. So I hate to ask this, but mind if I crash here tonight? Ben said, turning to Sonia. Since I gave up the room I was renting I need to find a place to stay, but your place is a fair bit comfier than the floor in Fox's shop in the meantime. Or instead of treating my shop like an option you could get a room from an inn. His teacher grumbled. It's no issue, Sonia told him. I was actually going to see if you'd perhaps be interested in renting the spare room. It's been quite nice coming home to cooked meals, and I'm sure Thera would enjoy having more food options than whatever raw vegetables and leftovers are around when I can't make anything. You sure? I wouldn't want to impose. He was quite tempted by the idea. Their home was closer to the shop compared to where he was previously staying, and he was already storing his stuff there while he was gone. Aside from that, it would make adventuring with Thera more convenient if they could just have breakfast or dinner and go. Having you here for a month already went rather well I think, and it's nice having the house so lively. Of course, this is all if Thera doesn't mind. Will you give up on the marriage jokes if I say yes? She asked, thinking she'd found a way to regain some peace. Unfortunately, Ben immediately shot her down. I'm sorry, but I can only stop when I stop finding it funny. I'll sleep in the shop tonight. Gods, no sleep here instead of the floor, she immediately gave in, not wanting her friend who she just went through a god's trial was stuck sleeping on the ground, no matter how much he insisted on annoying her. I can't believe you're enjoying it that much that you'd turn down having a place to sleep. What can I say, it's how I am. Can't help wanting to talk about my beautiful fiancé and all, he told her with a joking smile. Thera could only sigh. Anyway, Auntie Sonia, think I could ask a favor from you too? Of course Thera, what can I do for you? Her niece typically didn't ask much of her, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Well, since Analia said that my levels and all my magics will improve my magic control as a whole, and it sounds like it would contribute to my quest to gain levels, I was hoping you could take some time to teach me some life magic. Sonia wore a complicated expression when her niece asked that. Thera, I'm not so sure that's a good idea. But I have the affinity at 22, I should be able to learn the skill even if it will be harder than getting dark magic. All the women in her family had a decent compatibility with the skill, while she'd never considered it herself before the trial she knew it could be useful. It's not that I don't think you could learn it if you want, It's just that if you don't raise your control more, it will be akin to someone going into the life valley, especially starting out. The effects could be rather severe. Oh, that. Don't worry, I have a solution that will probably work pretty well. You do? Sonia asked, not sure what she meant until she pointed at Ben. Wait, you're going to use me as a practice dummy for potentially dangerous life magic? Didn't you say something about the life valley, causing mold to grow on people while bacteria eat them alive? You have a ridiculous life resistance, you'll probably be fine. Besides, she started as a playful smile formed on her face. Don't you want to help your beautiful fiancé? Falk immediately burst into laughter as his niece got her little revenge, and Ben gave in. Fine, I'll help until you get the skill at least. The first time you succeed probably won't be too rough on me, right? He asked, turning to Sonia, who wouldn't meet his eyes. Gonna take that as it might hurt a little. It will probably be fine. He tried to convince himself, hoping he didn't agree to something that would get him confined to bed to heal again. Well, as long as my disciple can still work, I don't mind too much what you do to the boy, but I should probably head out. Meet me at the shop bright and early tomorrow and we'll see just how you've improved. Sorry, Falk, you mind if I start up again the day after? Mary had asked me to check up on his other believer in town, so I wanted to do that tomorrow. If it's a task for your God, then I don't mind. Didn't realize you had another believer here. I converted her with my honeyed words. Not to brag, but I occasionally try to do what my God wants. I don't think there's a single person on this world that would consider an apostle who only occasionally works towards their God's interests as bragging, but as long as none of the divine retribution you're getting one day rubs off on me, then that's all that matters. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure Myriad doesn't have enough believers to pull anything like that off. Analia does, and you still chipped her avatar, Thera muttered, which Ben was happy to ignore. That was really just a difference of opinions after all. Anyway, I'll see you in a couple days. Once Falk left, Thera got up to start getting ready for bed herself while Ben stayed up to unpack his spatial bag and chat with Sonia for a while. After tossing the small bit of luggage both he and Thera brought into it, he'd filled the rest of the space with books and tools, the most important clearly being his Kiss the Cook apron. Besides that, though he made sure to get plenty of books on topics he wasn't sure he could learn much about from Falk, like sewing, cooking, and stoneworking, on top of as many ones on enchantments as he could comfortably buy from the Craftsman's Guild. If he was going to figure out a way to make a brace that could perfectly contain Thera's passive magic, then the secret was going to be in mastering enchanting, he was sure of it. It was as he was flipping through one of the enchanting books he was more hopeful about that Sonia spoke up. I just want to say I am so sorry about my sister, she said with as much sincerity as she could muster. I know she can be a handful, but I never would have imagined her forcing the trial or an engagement onto you. He continued to try to make his way through one of the more complicated passages with one mind, focusing the other on the conversation. Don't worry about it, honestly with the amount I gained from the trial I can't exactly complain, and it's not like I'm involved with anyone at the moment or even looking to be. Being engaged for a while won't be so bad. Well, having said that, do you think you could ease up on Thera a bit? A man shouldn't joke when calling a woman beautiful after all. It's not like I'm joking about her being beautiful, he told her while he pulled ideas through his head. But yeah, I guess it's been a week already, I'll ease up unless it's ever particularly funny. Since he had his nose buried in his book, he didn't notice Sonia perking up to his response, nor was he aware of Thera briefly stopping to listen as she went to wash up before she slept. Sonia though was in a perfect position to take note of her niece's pause and shimmering face. So does that mean you don't have any issue with romance outside of your race? She asked, probing and instantly having more fun with her sister's decision. I guess that sort of thing depends. I can't say I'd be attracted to all hominid types, let alone all races. The head of the church I was summoned to, Father Yen, was some sort of one-eyed lizard man. He pulled his head away from his book as he thought for a minute. Actually, I never learned his race, did I? Either way, that's a bit out of my strike zone. But Thera would be in it? Sonia asked, pushing forward with her curiosity. Like I said, Thera is pretty, but at the same time I'm not looking for anything and she's mentioned that she isn't either. Besides, it's not like I have romantic interest and I'm not throwing away one of the few friendships I have in this world because she happens to be a single girl. Well, Sonia said, finding herself immediately more entertained by her sister's meddling, not exactly single anymore, is she? Ben pulled open the door before Sachel even had a chance to knock. How did you know I was there? She asked, more than a little surprised. She'd been excited for him to get back ever since she got the skill and had been told by Myriad that he would give her some pointers, but given her friendship with Sko and his strained relationship with Thera she had been feeling hesitant to knock on her door. Myriad told me, he said, having been woken by his god while he was in the middle of reading through the blueprints in Myriad's divine realm. Come on, let's either go to your place or walk to the forest. Not here? Thera doesn't like wearing her cloak at home and I'm not going to force her to for company. Not to mention the fact that your party seems to have a history with her. Ben wasn't hiding the fact that Sachel was his god's new believer from her, nor that he was going to help her a bit with the skill, but that didn't mean he was going to force them into close quarters together. As far as he was concerned, it was their party who needed to make a peace offering. Having said that, Ben didn't have any issue with Sachel outside of that. The few times she'd spoken to her about Myriad while she was considering converting she seemed pleasant enough, if not a little overeager at times. Okay then, let's head to the woods. Rayleigh is still sleeping and I'd rather not wake her. It was still rather early in the morning. While Ben would usually be up soon anyway, it was handy having his god there to help with that, and he knew Myriad wanted this to go well. If Sachel could use the skill to get the tree tamer job, and from there gain plant magic, she could be a valuable source of advertising, even if it looked like he would be able to appeal to a more crafting-focused crowd now that his skill had grown. They walked to the edge of the woods, chatting along the way. Ben was interested in what had gone on in town for the last month and a half, to which the answer was a resounding not much, and Sachel was curious about what he'd been up to since he'd left, which Ben tried to keep vague. Between developing a valuable patent, taking an alias trial, and kind of being engaged now, he wasn't sure he wanted to deal with the fallout of any of that being made public. When they got to the woods though they began the lesson. Alright Sachel, since you're an adventurer I'm going to tell you here and now the most valuable use of the skill, one you'll be using every time you walk into the forest. His sudden seriousness caught her and she looked at him with bated breath, excited to learn the applications to her new ability. If you keep the skill active, it will almost immediately kill any bugs that land on you to try and get a bite. Seriously? She asked, disappointed he already wasn't taking it as seriously as she'd hoped. Hey, don't knock it, that was probably the first way I used the skill. Of course, I didn't have anyone to practice with at the time, but doing that is what led me to discovering it can link to plants. Have you given it a try yet? I have. She nodded. I've tested it with Rayleigh a few times, though it tends to feel a little off, I guess. I've also tried on our house plants, but I feel like I can't pick up much from them. Plants definitely take patience when you connect to them, the communication is slow and even when the skill levels up, you'll never be able to detect anything like regular thoughts, it's more you'll be able to interpret their feelings better and be able to pick up on the subtleties of their emotions. At least that's how it is for me. Since you're still level 0, why not try to connect with me first? He held out his hand to her, and she took it, activating her skill. Ben was reminded of what it was like when he'd first gained it. All he could feel from her at the moment was a mixture of nervousness and excitement, not a single thought broke through. He was keeping his mind pretty steady at the moment, there wasn't much to provoke an emotional response from him after all, but after a couple minutes of feeling Sachel probe around his head he activated Hidden Mind, just to see what would happen. Wait, what did you just do? Was my skill cancelled? No, I just have a skill called Hidden Mind, he said with a small chuckle. I spent enough time with enough different people and races trying to keep my thoughts leaking out that it developed. Did it cut off everything entirely? It was like I wasn't even connected to you. Interesting. His Hidden Mind skill was currently at the same level as her Connect. He hadn't expected it would be able to cut off her skill entirely without it being a higher level. Perhaps it was a result of it interacting with one of his other skills that gave it a boost? None existed in a vacuum after all, just look at the interaction between connect and enchanting. If that was the case, he'd put his bets on either focus or complex mind being the culprit, but he supposed there wasn't really a way to know without doing some rigorous testing for something that was no more than an idle curiosity to him. Okay, well, I have a good idea of what your skill is like at least. For reference, let me connect with you so you can see how it feels at higher levels. He connected to her himself now and heard the thoughts flowing through her head for a moment before she pulled away. Why is your mind like that? She asked, clearly flustered. Rude. That was worse than connecting with Raelia. At least her emotions only felt a little weird, but it felt like there were two people in your head. Just a side effect of one of my other skills, I wouldn't worry about it. He told her. How many other weird skills do you have? Still rude, but, he thought about his current skills and 3 more came to mind before answering. No others that should be noticeable while we're practicing at least. I guess from what Myriad said both tolerance and sacrilege are a bit weird, probably bind too, but only complex mind seems likely to bother her. Still, I wonder what about her friend feels weird to her. I didn't get that sort of reaction when she connected to me herself. He couldn't help but feel a little curious and decided he wanted to check for himself if the option ever came up, but for now he still wanted her to get a feeling for what the skill was like at higher levels, so he attempted something a little different. He took her hand, preparing to connect again, but first activated Hidden Mind, trying to use it on just one stream of thought as opposed to trying to cover up everything, and it seemed like that did the trick. Better? He thought to her, and she gave an affirmative response. He spent a couple minutes trying to let her take in the sensation without looking too closely at her thoughts since she still didn't have practice keeping her mind under control before leading in with another thing he'd wanted to test ever since he'd completed the trial. If you're comfortable with this, try connecting as well. She did as she was asked, and unfortunately they got the result Ben expected. The connection seemed to be strengthened a bit, but it was nowhere near the extent he had experienced during the trial. In no way was he experiencing the world through her senses, nor were they sharing their brainpower, and he couldn't help to be a little disappointed. Even if he was still feeling a similar effect thanks to complex mind, if he had been able to stack a third mind on top, he thought he might be able to do some interesting things with it. Still, every result has value, and Ben didn't slouch on trying to understand how much more he could get from her once their skills were active at the same time. The only noticeable change was that her thoughts seemed a bit more clear, but he would want to try again once she leveled up more. There was always a chance that the result he was looking for could be achieved once they were closer to each other in level after all. He let it go on for a few more minutes, but could tell Sakhel was beginning to grow impatient, and he broke the connection. Okay, let's start on what you're really after then. He told her, and her eyes lit up. Awesome, which one should we do it on? She asked, looking around the forest and trying to decide what tree she wanted to get to know. Just pick one at random, it won't make a difference. Now there's no change from connecting to me. I'll connect to it too, and I'll judge how well you're interpreting its feelings, if that sounds good. I'm not really sure what else I can do to help. That would be perfect, thanks. She walked up to the closest one and connected to it, Ben reaching his hand out to do the same. Surprisingly, Ben could feel her mind through the connection with the tree and rapidly covered one of his own so as not to disrupt her. It made sense, he guessed. The two of them were connected to the same thing, and if it was a two-way connection, then wasn't this just a longer path being formed? At least that's how he interpreted it. Still, it was interesting and had the positive effect of strengthening Satchel's skill as she tried to use it on the tree, making it easier for her to pick up on some of the subtleties she might have otherwise missed. Like that they let the hours pass as they trained. When Ben got home later in the day he found Thera sitting in the living room looking like she was meditating, presumably working on gaining either dark or life magic, while Sonia cooked in the kitchen. As he came in Thera opened an eye to look at him. How did training Sakhel go? I'm sure she'll get the hang of it in no time. I'll probably meet up with her again to work on it in the future. How about you, any luck? She let herself sprawl out when he asked, clearly feeling tired after a day of training. No luck yet. I still can't remove charm from any of my dark mana, and when I got Sonia to try to run some of her life mana through me, I couldn't even feel it to know what to look for in myself. So that's a way to learn to feel life mana too? I thought it was just a means to feel mana in general. If you can already feel mana and have a compatibility with the affinity, you should be able to feel some of the minor differences within the mana itself, but it's a lot harder, especially if you have as much as me, and any that goes through me is basically negligible as a result. I may just need to try and figure it out without the reference. Well, good luck. If there's anything I can do, let me know. Will do. Also, it looks like you have a package. She told him, gesturing to the side table where a container about as big as a shoebox sat. There was only one thing he was expecting, and he felt a grin tear across his face. Is it what I think it is? Doesn't say, but it's probably from Mom. Open it up and let's find out. Thera herself couldn't help but be a bit curious. Ben had told them it was a custom to send what they thought their daughter was worth after all. After everything they dealt with, she couldn't help but hope they paid a fair bit to make up for all the stress they caused. Ben tore open the box and looked inside, finding a note and a bag within. Despite his excitement, he couldn't escape his upbringing and had to read the letter first. Even if Pelania and Abris weren't around, digging into the bag first would feel rude. Trying to contain himself, he picked it up and read what was written. Dear Ben. You really put me in a pickle with this custom of yours. How am I supposed to decide what my daughter is worth and ship it to you conveniently? After a lot of discussion between my husband and I, we ultimately settled on the contents of the spatial bag you've received, as well as letting you know that should you both need any money for building a life together, you just have to ask. I look forward to hearing where your creativity leads you. Love, Pelania. P.S. Abris wanted me to caution you against breaking our daughter's heart after receiving all of this. He did his best to push away the threat from his mind in favor of getting to the meat of it. His curiosity was piqued after all, and his attention immediately turned to the bag, opening it up and pulling out 9 further boxes, each about as big as the original package they received. They were all fairly heavy and cumbersome, and he was curious about just what they were filled with as he pulled them all out until he saw a certain word on the top of the last box he grabbed, the only one to be labeled. Deathstone. No way, it can't be. He thought to himself as he felt his eyes light up and his grin grow even wider as Thera watched him from the side with suspicion. What's got you so excited? She asked, and Ben started tearing open packages to confirm, only leaving the one marked Deathstone unopened. With each box he looked into, his anticipation only grew as his suspicion was confirmed. Your parents gave us samples of every magic material. Mithril, orichalcum, morabugel, vergatios, pondus, Cindian, deathstone, white mana crystals, and rainbow mana crystals. There were 9 magic materials that could be mined from the earth, each incredibly rare in its own right, and now he had access to all of them. He couldn't begin to imagine just how he would put them to use or if he would save them for special occasions, but with the quantity he had, he could afford to be a little wasteful if he wanted as he tried to figure out just what to do with them all. What? All of them? Thera asked in surprise, pulling him from his thoughts. Looks like it. Gotta say, even if your dad can make all of these, I'm a fan of their shipping choice. I have plenty of money after making all the bands, but materials like this would still be hard to get my hands on. Dad can't actually make all of them, Thera told him, seeming a little shocked. Unlike the others, Deathstone is tied to the death affinity, and vergatios to the light. Dad can't materialize them. I can't imagine how much they would have paid to get them, or why they would think it would be a good idea to just give them away like that, she said, trailing off as she looked at the unreasonable quantity of wealth concentrated in her living room. Ben, when you had the whole dowry idea, I didn't think they would go overboard like this. How am I even supposed to react? I'd say don't think too much on it. I won't touch most of the stuff till my level is high enough anyway, but God, do I want to start making plans. His fantasies were already running wild on what he could do with them. Each magic material had its own unique properties, and he couldn't wait to explore what he had only been able to read about in books until now. He'd already gotten to play with mithril and white mana crystals, but the others would be irresistible too. Rainbow mana crystals have a higher mana storage capacity than the white ones, though it was also far harder to release it, meaning if you could put them to use you could increase the power or length a tool could be used considerably. Pondus and Cindian would grow heavier and lighter respectively as more mana ran through them, leading to various applications for weapon and tool use mostly, while Morabujal was able to suck mana in a single direction when properly treated, giving it the popular use of a magic cable to direct mana. The two Thera had mentioned her father wasn't able to produce had even stranger effects. Deathstone would directly absorb the vitality of anyone who touched it, meaning it had to be handled with care and likely wouldn't be unboxed anytime soon. Vergatios on the other hand seemed to be used to absorb curses and other more metaphysical ailments, leaving the areas it was impurified. That one he'd already looked into to see if it could be a potential solution to Thera's charm, but it seemed that was something her parents had explored themselves long ago and finding it couldn't offer any results in suppressing her magic. The final one he was happy to get, though it was a little disappointing in the end. Orichalcum was almost completely immune to physical damage, though that meant it could only be forged and shaped through magical means, an option Ben just didn't have. It was a shame, armor made from it was of a whole other quality, but it didn't look like it would be something he could work himself unless he could come up with a way to get around his lack of magic. Maybe one day. He sighed to himself. It wasn't like he couldn't potentially have a magic tool made to work it so he could handle it himself rather than passing it off to Falk. He'd have to ask his teacher in the future if he had any suggestions. The morning came and Ben went to the shop for the first time in what felt like ages. He threw open the doors and breathed it all in. "Oh man, it's good to be back." "You're being dramatic," Thera said beside him. Apparently, Fox stopped by the house yesterday and asked her to join for the first day, at least for some training his teacher had in mind for him. "Not even a little. Do you have any idea of how many things I want to make now that my level's gone up so much? God, I wish I could take multiple jobs at once. Leveling priest so I can improve my connect is fine and all, but I want more bonuses to my enchanting too." The issue was that he needed both to improve to see how well they would work together as he leveled them up. He couldn't just pick one or the other. On the more positive side, it seemed that his enchanting was getting bonuses from his prior crafting skills, but he wanted more and would need to try and speed through the priest job to get them. At least his past achievements were helping him gain experience. It seemed he got some each time someone converted as a result of his actions, and it looked like praying while wearing the church gave even more experience than just praying regularly since he was essentially acting as the head priest of the church, but it would still be at least a year if he couldn't think of a few other ways to increase his job level faster. There was always the option of completing another quest, but his two choices still weren't great. Myriad had already said he wasn't getting too many more converts, so the idea of getting him 100 was unlikely, and he couldn't think of what sort of achievement he could reasonably complete, but he'd get his god to give him some examples later that he could look into. Still, it was an issue for later. For the time being, he wanted to get back into the groove of things at the forge. "So what do you have for me, Falk? Any orders you think I can handle? For now, the both of you take a seat, we'll be working on some different skills of yours today." Hearing this, Ben couldn't help but deflate a little. There went his enthusiasm to get back at the forge. Still, Falk was his teacher and he would trust his judgment, so he quickly grabbed a seat in the front of the shop with Thera. His teacher walked over to them and handed Ben 15 metal blocks, each about the size of his fist. "Alright boy, you need to start looking at how that connect skill of yours acts with your enchanting a bit more deeply. For now, try to enchant with all of Thera's skills and I'll look at the results after." Sure, but I only know 5 of them and I can't really tell what skill it is unless I feel them actively using it." "I thought maybe you'd opened up enough to show him your card," his teacher said, turning to Thera. "Guess it's no matter, I can always see if Sonia's willing to share with you later." "Is showing me yours not an option?" Ben asked him, but Falk only laughed. "I like to keep my skills close to the chest, And I can't see any future where you knowin' what I got doesn't make you even more of a pain in the ass. Guess we'll just have to do something else, and I'll get you to practice at home if Sonia's up for it. Wait, I don't really mind, Thera cut in, to Ben's surprise. You sure? I kind of got the impression you didn't have any interest in sharing it. Maybe when I first met you, but as long as we're adventuring together it couldn't hurt. Besides, with how you tell me every little change to your status, I can't exactly keep mine secret, considering you already know all of the interesting bits of it. Without any fuss, she pulled out her card and handed it to Ben, letting him go over it. There were a few things he was curious about, her title as spirit child and whatever effects it might have on her as a whole, the fact that her earth affinity went above 100, something he didn't realize was possible, as well as one last thing. You have a knowledge skill? Ben asked, surprised. He couldn't help it, they were a class of skill that was supposed to be rather hard to get, dependent on the skill holder having enough understanding of a topic while it all somehow clicked into place in not just their head but also their soul. The chances of getting them through practice were supposed to be rather slim, instead usually being unlocked with a job change, but Ben didn't see anything that could be related to it on her card. Some people could spend their whole lives dedicated to learning, but still not have the luck to gain it, but if they did the results could be invaluable. To be able to effortlessly use and remember the knowledge attached to the skill, as well as how easy it could be to level up once it was acquired made it quite valuable to have indeed. Thera for her part seemed indifferent to it though. I used to occasionally read some of the medical books Sonia keeps around the house when I was bored and happened to acquire it. It doesn't exactly do anything for me, given that if I ever touch someone the results could end up worse than if I did nothing. When she was done, she could see Ben giving her a funny look through her hood and he raised 2 fingers. Well first, he told her, bring one down. Since you can touch me and we hunt together, I would be pretty into the idea of one of us knowing how to patch us up in an emergency, especially if we're going to go further out to do some overnight hunts. Second, he said, bringing the other finger down while still looking at her funny. It's medical knowledge. And? She asked, not seeing where he was going with this. You're trying to learn life magic. Thera immediately understood what he was trying to say and was grateful to have her face hidden. She was trying to learn a branch of magic almost completely dedicated to healing, at least at its lower levels. Of course having a knowledge skill related to it would be helpful. She had always considered it such a waste to have managed to unlock it that she never even gave it any thought. It was more like a cruel joke to have, considering she was just as likely to hurt someone if she put it to use that she hadn't even considered how handy it would be towards her current goal. Okay, let's ignore the fact that I'm an idiot and focus on your own training. She said, all the while thinking that on top of any training and advice she got from her aunt, she would now also have to get her hands on any books on life magic and first aid she could manage, as well as reread some of the ones that were at the house. Right, Falk told them. For now, I want to test a couple things. Can you enchant with a skill that the original skill holder isn't actively using? Can you enchant with all types of skills? Can you control what level of the skill you use? And what is the maximum level you can enchant with? No time like the present, so get to it. Ben already knew from past experience that he could enchant to approximately the 3rd level of a skill, but given how his connect and enchanting had leveled up, as well as having Falk here to look things over, it was worth trying again, as well as taking the time to try out his teacher's other ideas. He took Thera's hand and connected with her and tried to focus on ignoring her thoughts and emotions, directing his attention to everything else he could feel. He already had practice with using another person's skills like this back in Analia, and he knew for sure he could at least feel charm, as well as a person's active skills when they consciously brought them forth, but it was clear now he didn't dig deep enough. Now that he knew just what Thera had available, he started with trying to find her passive skills, assuming that since they were always active they would be easier to find, and he felt charm shining like a beacon, wanting to fill the entire room but only being disrupted by her cloak. He enchanted that first to get it out of the way as the most obvious one, and then put the block to the side, focusing on the next. The one to make the most sense after that would be bind. Since it was a skill that seemed to forge a permanent link between the two, he was able to feel her copy of the skill with his own. While there didn't seem to be much point in enchanting with the skill when he already had access to it, it would still be good to know if he could, and he was able to manage it without issue when he tried. It was from here that Ben began to have issues. Thera had 3 more passive skills he needed to try to enchant with: World Speak plus, Coordination, and Medical Knowledge. Each skill was simple enough, and at a low enough level he was sure he'd be able to do something with them, but there was no way to distinguish them from each other, even though he was sure he could detect the 3 of them. He was pretty sure he could feel World Speak plus at least, as a skill that all people in the world seemed to have, but that was just because he was comparing it to what he felt within himself, and even then he wasn't sure. He enchanted with all of them anyway, but the fact he wouldn't be able to tell which was a bother to him. It got even worse when it was time to try enchanting with her active skills. When he'd tried to use other people's skills initially, he'd had them activate the ones they were willing to share with him, but it looked like he couldn't feel them at all if that wasn't the case. At least at first. He got Thera to put some energy into her earth magic, not with the intent to do anything with it, just enough for him to grab onto, and after enchanting another block with it followed it back down, trying to find the rest of her skills. He managed to succeed, but the entire process was draining and he was left with the same issues with her passive skills, but on a much larger scale. Thera had 9 active skills, and of them he could only pick out her earth magic by virtue of it being the one he used to find the rest. From there he had to try and enchant the others without being able to differentiate between any of the skills he was using, just trying to mentally keep track of each one he'd already done, a task harder than it sounded given how indistinct everything felt. He put the full power of his focus and complex mind to work, but pitted any of Myriad's future believers who tried to do this without the benefits of either his extra skills or the knowledge of just what they were trying to enchant with. Of course, it seemed unlikely anyone would attempt that anyway. Given that the people of the world seemed to view one's status as something to keep close to the chest, he could only think that using one's skills without the other party's consent could only end poorly. Still, he was done that bit at least and called Falk over to look at his work. "What do you think?" His teacher wrote a note on each cube and turned to Thera. "How do my notes compare to your status?" Thera was looking each over, and Ben was able to see each one was marked with a name and level, except for Bind and World Speak plus of course, and from what Ben could see it all seemed to match what was on Thera's status. "He got everything perfectly," she told her uncle. "Interesting, but from the looks of it your highest skill matches up to the levels of the 2 he's using. We'd need to see how he can handle a skill at a higher level to see its effects." His teacher thought for a moment before holding out his hand and giving Ben another cube. "Here, I got level 6 death magic, give it a go, and let's see what you can do." It was always interesting for Ben to learn a bit more about the skills his teacher possessed, but for now, he filed away what he just learned and focused on the task at hand. Falk was running a bit of mana through the skill for him to make things easier, and he repeated what he'd done with Thera, grabbing onto the skill and placing it onto the block. Once he was done his teacher took it and looked it over. "Looks like you only got to the 4th level with this too, meaning it's probably your cap for the time being. Of course, if you level up one skill or the other again you should try to figure out how that changes things, but this will do for now. It's a shame you won't be able to test this on more skills to see if there's any variance. A total of 15 mostly common ones isn't too much to know if there aren't any other rules for it, but it's good enough for now. Anyway, let's move you on to the next step." His teacher walked away to grab even more metal cubes, and Ben couldn't help but wondered just how many he'd made in anticipation of all this. He got up to stretch. It was going to be a busy day. The next step involved looking at each of the enchantments he'd already placed and copying them all onto new cubes, to the best of his abilities. Even though it felt tiring in its own way, it wasn't as bad as trying to find the skills within a person, and he was able to get it done rather quickly. Falk looked over his work before recording the results onto each cube again. Most of them were the same with the exception of 3 cubes, the one with level 4 dance, level 4 earth magic, and level 4 death magic, all of which dropped down to level 3. "So I can only enchant with skills up to a level below what I currently can?" he wondered aloud. A bit hard to say for sure, given what we currently know and only have 3 skills for you to test at that level, but it's not a bad assumption. Now the question is, how will it change as you level it up? Will you be able to get more out of it as your ability increases until you can enchant with items as well as you could with a person, or might the distance increase as you improve? I'd just be happy if they could stay the same. Being able to enchant with anything just one level below by skills isn't exactly a handicap. True, but it's still good to figure out if you can. Never know when that information might come in handy. Doesn't matter right now. Thera, I think that's all we needed from you if you wanted to go and focus on your own training for the time being. I'm going to be keeping the boy pretty busy today, so don't worry too much about him. Sounds good. In that case, I'll be at home if you need me. She had plenty of books to try and go through to raise her medical knowledge level, now that she realized it could help with her acquiring life magic. At a total of 3 skills she wanted to try and train up or acquire, she would be busy for a while. As she left, Falk turned back to Ben. Alright boy, looks like it's finally time to really begin on your enchanting training. Absolutely, what are you thinking first? Ben was pulsing with excitement. Up until now his teacher had mostly ignored his enchanting in favor of focusing on developing his crafting, but now that his level had gone up enough to create more complex things with the skill, as well as having so much more he could potentially enchant with, how could he resist the prospect of finally being on the path to crafting powerful magic items? His teacher seemed to sense his enthusiasm and tried to ease him down. Alright, relax, what I'm having you focus on today isn't exciting by any stretch, but it's fundamental to making powerful mana-efficient tools to use. You'll need to learn this if you want to make whatever dreams are buzzing around your head a reality, and mastering it can make all the world of difference to your work. Especially for you, since you won't be able to lower any mana costs with your affinities. Falk could tell the boy was at the edge of his seat despite his warnings, but oh well, maybe it was good for him to have so much enthusiasm in his work. What I'll be having you do is partial enchantments, the Yeti went on. The idea is like this. Up until now, you've taken the totality of a skill to make your enchantments. There's nothing wrong with that and it will get the job done, but it wastes a lot of mana in the process. Instead, what you need to learn to do is enchant with a single property of a skill to make it smaller and easier to work with. In the case of any of the magic skills, you'll have lots of options to work with, it just comes down to placing a single spell into an item. For regular skills it becomes a bit more complicated. You'll need to be able to understand some of the separate properties that make up your skills to use them that efficiently. An example for you would be how your dismantling skill makes it slightly easier to cut and pierce things when it's used. Ben didn't understand why his teacher thought this wouldn't be exciting. He was completely absorbed by what he was being taught. Maybe it was the couple of life and death situations he'd been in recently, but the prospect of being able to lower an item's mana cost seemed incredibly appealing at the moment, and he knew he was going to have to master this ability. Sold. This sounds great, how do you want me to start? Falk gave it some thought before deciding how he wanted his student to approach it. It's a little unorthodox, seeing as how I'll be having you train your connect as well, but I'll grab you some swords. Use the death magic enchantment and try to apply the drain spell to the edges of the blades. When people start to learn this technique they typically start with magic because the idea of not using the entire thing is a bit more intuitive than just using a piece of a skill. Maybe for others, but I don't think I'll be able to use a spell I've never heard of before like that. Boy, even if you don't have any yourself, you know a magic is all about the mental image you have formed of it. If you didn't you wouldn't have been able to almost fire an earth bullet in an area. Drain is a spell that saps a target's life force, their vitality if you like. When you connect to the skill, focus on finding that aspect of it and attach it to the edge of the blade. I'll be by every now and then to check how it's going, or if you have any questions just ask. With that, Falk left to do his own work, leaving Ben with to focus on his task. The question was how he was going to go about it. He'd never attempted something like this before, so first he wanted to try putting together the spell, but it came with the issue that there was only one thing present to test it on, himself. With a sigh and the knowledge he wouldn't be able to get out of it if he was going to succeed, he grabbed onto the cube and activated the enchantment, feeling his mana pouring out of him as a result of not having any compatibility with the affinity, and tried shaping the spell in his head. The point was to lower a person's vitality, so he took out his card to check any changes, closed his eyes, and concentrated. He felt some sort of spell begin to form at least and tried to inflict it on himself immediately only to wind up breathless. He looked down at his card and saw his mana was almost completely out, but there was no change to his vitality. He sighed and thought about how to approach it while he let his mana regenerate. Part of the issue was the item the enchantment was attached to for sure. While he didn't seem to have any issues enchanting with a skill placed on a random hunk of metal, that didn't mean it was a useful item to have it on if a person wanted to use the skill at all. It was like trying to make use of swordsmanship if it was placed on the same item, even if it was placed on something that technically had an edge. That didn't mean it would make sense to use it as a sword. Well, I might be a little better off than that, he thought. He could at least use the skill. It would just make more sense to have it on an item that could handle more mana being passed through it, maybe like a staff. Still, he knew even that wasn't the heart of the problem. It all came down to skill. He simply didn't have the experience working with magic like that. Sure, he didn't have much issue with firing an earth bullet or the few barriers he made use of before, but they felt a bit more intuitive to him. He could at least visualize what he wanted to achieve when he tried putting those spells together. Still, there was nothing else to do but try, so he sat down and prepared himself for a long day of work. After an hour of watching his apprentice struggle and fail, Fox stepped in. "All right, boy, what part's giving you issues?" "I can't even make the drain spell," Ben said with a sigh. "I didn't think the first hurdle I would need to get through would be getting used to making magic enchantments." Up until this point he'd only been using ones he'd made himself and properly understood, as well as some that had been made by other people with the intent of being user-friendly. Now that he was trying with a magic that didn't make intuitive sense to him, he was struggling. "Alright, well, I got two things that might help a bit. First, take this," his teacher told him, handing Ben a ring. Okay? But what's it for?" "Watching you try to do this while holding a block of metal is ridiculous. A ring should feel a bit easier to use. I put my full skill onto it, so it should keep you busy for a while." Ben inspected it, surprised. To put 6 levels of magic on something as small as a ring couldn't be easy. He already knew that his teacher had to be level 9 in his enchanting, at least given that he could tell what skills and levels he'd enchanted with, but it didn't make it any less impressive. "Second," Falk went on. "Stop aiming the spell at yourself. Try it on me." Ben was surprised, but slipped on the ring. "You sure? It's an easy enough spell that I think you may just be feeling a resistance to using it on yourself, which is fair enough to be honest. You shouldn't be able to do anything that could hurt me though, so just give it a go." "Well, who am I to argue?" he thought to himself, stretching out his hand and doing his best to activate the spell. Once again, he felt his mana decrease drastically, but it felt different this time, and judging from a small wince that came from his teacher, he was sure he'd finally had his success. "Alright," Fox said. "If you can remember that feeling, then get started enchanting with it." Thanks to his teacher's help, Ben was at least sure he'd be able to understand the spell he was placing. Now all it came down to was actually enchanting with it. He grabbed the first sword and sat down, inspecting it as he got prepared. It was one of Fox's works rather than his own, and like everything his teacher made, it was perfect as far as Ben could tell. The sword was of a simple design, not meant to be beautiful in any way, instead made to focus on its main task, killing. Ben couldn't help but think that whatever clumsy enchantment he would end up making could only make the sword worse, at least considering the fact that if he chose to, Fox could just apply it himself, and significantly more skillfully than he could, but he pushed the thought away as he focused on the edge of the blade he would be constructing the enchantment upon. Thanks to the ring Fox made him, he was able to use both hands to construct the enchantment, as well as taking advantage of his second mind to speed up its construction. Enchanting with a magic ate up his mana at a far faster rate than it would otherwise, but it was still nowhere near as bad as trying to properly activate a spell was for him. When he thought he was done, he moved on to the next one, then the next one, and by the time he was finished he had 10 enchanted swords sitting beside him and noticed his teacher there, inspecting his work. "There's plenty of room for improvement," Fox started, bringing Ben's feelings crashing down before lifting him back up again. "But considering you managed it in your first attempt and each enchantment seems better than the last, I would call it a success. I'll have to tidy up the enchantments on the first 5 myself, but we should be able to sell the second 5 as is." "Excellent work, boy." Ben found himself smiling and let himself lean back against the wall as he let his mana regenerate. "Thanks, Fox. So what were you thinking now?" His teacher hesitated, a sign Ben had grown pretty sure to mean he hadn't thought that far ahead for his training when he looked back to the swords Ben just finished enchanting. "Change of plans, boy. Remove all of the enchantments from these and do them again, after that, but repeat with the Earth Affinity spell Harden, and then do it again, but instead of a spell take the sharpening effect of dismantling and add it." Even though his teacher clearly just decided it on the spot, Ben didn't argue. Since he just learned the technique, he wanted all the practice he could get. As hours of the day passed, Fox's challenges grew more and more demanding. Soon he was being made to enchant multiple effects at once, intertwining the enchantments and trying to push the mana consumption to its lower limit, at least for what he was capable of. His teacher provided him with advice here and there, but for the most part just let Ben work, silently watching from the side as enchantments were constructed and destroyed again and again. In a lot of ways, making a complex enchantment gave Ben the same feeling as when he would make a drawing or painting, while there was wiggle room for how he arranged things as he went, each step built upon the last, meaning that if the previous work wasn't accounted for, then the finished product could be a mess. While corrections could always be made after the fact, he would much rather get things right the first time, and with that mindset put all of his focus into his work. Just as he was about to remove all of the enchantments he'd made and start again, he felt Fox shake his shoulder to get his attention. "All right, boy, I think that's enough for the day." You sure?" "I think I could do a fair bit more. It's late and you just got back to town, no reason to work until the early hours of the morning. Besides, I can already say with confidence your work is good. Shockingly so, really, far above what I would expect of your current skills level." Regardless of being blessed, the boy's work had always been good as far as Fox was concerned, but seeing his current work was like seeing a massive jump in overall quality, at least for his enchantments. Ben, though, while happy with the compliment, seemed unsatisfied with his work overall. "It's probably a bit better now that on top of focus I can use a second mind to examine and correct my work as I go, but I can still see so many areas I can improve on. The mana cost reduction still isn't low enough to make up for the fact that I don't have high affinities to bind to the spells, and no matter what I try, I can't seem to bind the enchantments together more tightly than they currently are. Well, for now, don't worry too much about the mana cost reduction, you'll get there with time. I'm not going to say you'll ever be able to get it down to what an enchanter with a high affinity for a magic could do, but with some practice, you'll be able to smash anything made with an average affinity out of the water. As for your enchantments, what makes you think they aren't bound well enough?" Even though his student was at level 4 of enchanting, by virtue of it being his blessed skill, it was more comparable to between a level 6 or 7 enchanter, and even by those standards the boy had them beat thanks to his other skills improving the overall quality. He couldn't imagine why the boy thought it wasn't good enough. "Well, when I compare them to the enchantments on Anilia's trial dash." "Let me stop you there," Fox said, cutting him off. "Boy, are you really unsatisfied that you can't match the magic of a god?" he asked in disbelief. "I mean, when you put it like that, it sounds dumb. Look, it's good to have ambitions, and you have the makings of a master enchanter if you can keep putting in the work, so I don't want you being discouraged by dumb things like that. Those enchantments are so perfect because they were made by a god. I'm not going to say mortals can't make anything approaching it, but that should be something you aspire to, not something that brings you down, understand?" "I know you're right, Fox, I just can't help but be impatient. Seeing the flaws in my work and not having the skills to improve them is aggravating." Boy, that's the curse of having a good eye for things. As your work improves, so does your ability to see where you went wrong. As long as you keep working to get it better, you'll overcome your current failings only to find some whole new ones, his teacher told him with a grin. Now I got 2 things for you before you go. First, since you've found yourself in a fair amount of wealth at the moment, transfer some over and I'll buy you some supplies. Sure, what fun things did you have in mind? A surprise. It will take a few weeks, but it will be worth the wait, promise. His curiosity was taken, but he managed to resist pestering Falk too much, instead transferring over a level of wealth that would have made his eyes bulge only a month or 2 before. As for the second, here, his teacher told him, handing him over a handful of plain metal rings. Ben looked at it carefully. Unlike the Death Affinity ring he was given when he started, and the Earth Affinity one his teacher made for him when he began trying to apply Harden to the swords, these ones didn't seem to have any enchantments on them at all. Thanks, but what are they for? Same thing you're using the other 2 for, these are just blanks you could put other skills onto if you find anyone with any. I'd recommend snagging Sonia's level 6 charm when you get back, but otherwise if you know anyone with any interesting ones put it on one of those too. Seems like you'll find it a lot easier to enchant with multiple skills like that if you aren't constantly having to change out which blocks you grab. He looked at them carefully, each a thin ring of metal that comfortably fit on his fingers. Falk must have eyeballed the size, but he got them perfect. Thanks Falk, but do you really think I'll be able to enchant on something this small without breaking it? I'm not sure my skill level's there yet. If you could make a monstrous enchantment like the one you made for Thera's brace without breaking at a lower level, then you'll manage this just fine, even if you take a while longer than you would otherwise. Just take your time on it if you aren't sure, no need to rush. He thought for a moment while looking at his hands, wondering just how many he would be able to wear at once after he found a few more people willing to share their skills with him. He couldn't help it as a smile spread across his face.